Remaining 3 victims was suspended yesterday evening due to difficult terrain and will resume this morning. Samburu Police Commander David Nkorai says all 7 people on board, including 6 passengers and the pilot, died when the helicopter crashed and caught fire.
The fire and the way the bodies have been burned has hindered us from retrieving them for today. So we are going to start the exercise very early in the morning tomorrow, because already the bodies are burned beyond recognition and the fire is very fierce. And we have managed also to recover some personal items, mobile phones and cameras, which will be given to the next of kin when they will be identified.
The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority says the Eurocopter EC-130B4 crashed at about 9:13 yesterday morning while on a scenic flight from Loisaba to Ewasonyiro. Among those killed were Ecuador's intelligence chief and his wife, and a U.S. State Department spokesperson says 5 Americans also died in the crash. Ecuador's government has expressed condolences to the families of the victims. The Air Accident Investigation Department is leading investigations into the circumstances of the crash, with the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority coordinating the response. The court is expected to rule today on an application by lawyer Angela Mulwa to have a bond reviewed to cash bail. Mulwa and Nelson Masiga are being investigated over the theft of a Range Rover from a disputed 21-acre parcel of land in Mlolongo linked to the murder of Dr. Victoria Mutiso. Mavoko Senior Resident Magistrate Lilian Kwamboka rejected a prosecution request to detain the two for another 7 days and instead released them on a 1 million shilling bond, each with a surety of a similar amount. The two have also been ordered to surrender their passports, remain within the court's jurisdiction, and report to investigators when required.
Each respondent shall execute a bond of 1 million with one surety of a similar amount. The respondents shall further deposit their passports and any other travel documents with the court pending further orders, and the respondents shall not leave the jurisdiction of this court without written permission of the court. The respondents shall report to the investigating officer at Mavoko Police Station as and when required.
The suspects were arrested on 2nd August after the vehicle was recovered at one of Mulwa's properties in Karen. Human rights group Vocal Africa is calling on the ICC to closely monitor Kenya as the country heads towards the 2027 general election. In a letter to the ICC prosecutor's office, the group warns of growing political tensions, ethnic incitement and human rights concerns, which it says it could trigger violence and ethnic conflict. Vocal Africa also accuses political actors and security agencies of failing to prevent attacks and hold those behind violence accountable. The organization says institutions including the NCAC, the IEBC and the EACC have not done enough to address the rising tensions. It is asking the ICC to monitor political violence, attacks on civilians and the conduct of both state and non-state actors, and to preserve credible information on acts that could amount to crimes within the court's jurisdiction. The group's concerns come amid reports of political rallies being disrupted by youthful groups and the NCC summoning several leaders over alleged inflammatory remarks. In other news, the Ministry of Education has confirmed that schools across the country will reopen on Monday next week for the 3rd term, dismissing reports that the opening date has been postponed. The 9-week term will run from 23rd October until 23rd October, while diploma teacher training colleges will reopen on Monday and closed on 6th November. National examinations and assessments, including KPSEA, KLEA, KJSEA, KPLEA, and KCC, will proceed as scheduled from 26th October. The ministry has also maintained a ban on extracurricular activities and student visits to secondary schools during the term. Parents, teachers, and students have been urged to rely on official ministry communication and disregard unverified information circulating on social media. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tamur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM, online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at Spice FM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used for anything and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is.
So first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yes. It's that kind of day.
We chill, eh?
No. This one is fire action.
Fire action.
How are you?
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are things today in Dennis world?
Much better.
Yes?
Much better.
Good man. We finished at, we didn't quite finish at 100%.
We didn't finish at 100%.
But we were getting there.
Today we're starting at a much higher rate, say around 75%.
So. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. We can do something with that.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Niko salama.
Jana nimekuacha ukiwa katika sekta ya ulimbwende. Ulimbwende is makeup. Ready for 1 p.m.
How does something like makeup, soft thing sound like ulimbwende? It sounds like you want to beat somebody up. I want to box you, ulimbwende.
Just ulimbwende. A lot of things when you say it in Swahili just sounds like, yo, what the hell are you saying?
Go look up how you say I love you in Arabic. Go look it up, and then now when you say it, it doesn't really sound like something, especially when it's being said. Just go look it up and then come and tell me. In Arabic. It's a beautiful language.
Yes.
It's just sometimes how you say things, it's like, hey, wow, okay.
We're not thinking.
Calm down. You love me. Calm down.
Become.
Baby, calm down. Okay, sorry.
Calm down.
Wrong space.
Hey.
How are you? I've established that you're fine. Marion, it's okay, you can breathe. In, out. In the mouth, out the nose. In the nose, out the mouth. Something like that.
Yes, in the nose, outside the mouth.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. It's the 20th of August, like a joke. It was just the beginning of the month, and here we are, already on the 20th. 11 days left to go in the month of August.
New month.
Yes, very quickly, and things are happening at a really rapid pace.
Yeah.
But we're going to discuss them one to the other. Let me tell you.
Tell me.
When people who study education trends come out and tell you certain things, it is for you to stand up and say, huh? What's going on?
Yep.
Grade 7 learner in Kenya today cannot read a storybook for a grade 3 learner.
Yep.
Now, when we're talking about cannot read, we mean that reading is proficiency, learning, literacy, understanding, comprehension. That does not take place in the majority. Good Lord. The Osawa agenda came up with some crazy
findings
yesterday.
Let me tell you.
A third of senior school students cannot read or count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moja mbili tatu nne.
This is the saddest part.
Aseto.
Whenever these findings come out, it's pretty much the same story. We just choose not to.
It's getting worse,
yes.
Dennis. These numbers that we're seeing this year is not what we were seeing last year. It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Cannot.
Senior school. We're talking about grade 7, 8, 9. Senior school, right? Cannot count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Moja mbili tatu nne. Ofu abwa ato ene. Like that.
Afu?
Ofu. Abwa. Ato. Cannot count. Hey.
Yeah.
Right. We're going to look into that a little bit because it's necessary for us to have. And these are some of the conversations that we have. So actually, you know what? Here I am pretending like I'm shocked. I am not. Because we fight about so many things, and we say this and this and this is not working, and it sometimes gets exhausting, as in my flabber is gusted.
Yeah, and gusted is flabbered.
Because, hey, but then what do you expect?
The Swahili say,
I mean, what do you expect? Do you expect that you're going to get, if you put in certain things into the oven, it's only logic that a certain thing is going to come out. Yep. Yeah. That's
thing is Nduh. So our agenda will come with these reports every other year, every other time, together with other stakeholders. Media here, we will highlight it. We will give them evidence. They just don't want to work. How many times have we talked about these things here? How many times have we raised it here? We get angry on this show every other time. It is a concern for parents. Every other time, even in the professional world, what are you being told by would-be constructors? We do not have enough engineers or competent engineers who can do the job, right? We're being told every other day about these things. Why? Because there is a problem with our curriculum. There's a problem in how we're training our children in this country. Have we ever sat, paused, and asked ourselves, how do we fix it? No.
Nope.
So I'm not surprised. It's yes.
Even though Tunasema, good morning, how are you this morning? It's some of the things that we're dealing with, and it is why we wake up in the morning to have a conversation. Schools are opening and getting into the third term. Next week.
Education month term, exam term, sorry.
Yeah, it's exam term. So we're going to Kijisea, we're going to have Kepsea, and then we're going to have KCSE. The second to last KCSE will happen between October and November. That's going to take place. And what are we doing? What are we testing? Are we testing knowledge? What are we testing? Okay.
Nduh.
Yes, it's before coffee time.
You see the same teachers who are going to invigilate, right? Are the very same teachers who are always in class. They're going to invigilate these exams, yet you've not paid them for last year. These teachers needed these funds last year, as immediately after they finished the job. So how do we expect that teacher has the morale to get into class and give the very best?
Straighten your eyebrow. Straighten it. It's bent. Your eyebrow is bent. Straighten your eyebrow.
Yeah.
For now let's have these conversations.
It's good morning, people.
It's good morning. That's where we are this morning, and hope everybody's doing okay, regardless of the things that you're doing okay. Let's take a step and say, when we talk about fixing something, it's like there's a crack. When you see a crack in the wall of a building, do you say, oh, you know what, let's put some cement in the crack? And then, no, you have to go down to the thing and see where the problem was. Okay, so some of the conversations that we have in line with this today, and we'll get into it. Karibuni sana, first of all, hoping everybody's doing okay. This is the Situation Room on this Thursday. It's just this Thursday, so I'll tell you the conversation that we'll have. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And a very warm welcome to our audience on KTN this morning. Everybody who's tuned into the Situation Room on terrestrial radio around the country, the region, and the world. Karibuni sana. Are we going to talk about it? Yes, we are. Did people show up when there was someone yesterday? We'll talk about that too. 7 a.m. is going to be a conversation between the Secretary General of the Safina Party and the Nairobi senatorial aspirant Joachim Simiyu, one of them. He will be joined by Ken Obuya, who is a UDA chairman, Homa Bay County. We're going to be talking about defections and realignments and what all of this means. If it should point or lead to something, then what is that? At 8 o'clock, there's a debt crisis. There is. Capital Investment Bank Head of Research is Churchill Ogutu. He'll join us, and we're going to be looking into Kenya's debt and analysing the crisis and threat to essential public services. What exactly this means. When people are just talking about 13 trillion, what does it actually mean? Let's get into the nitty-gritty of it again. It's necessary for us to do that. And for people who are not paying attention to that debt, do they have any business being leaders? So this is an economic conversation, but it will be a political one as well. Our last conversation for the day will be with Peter Simba Wasaga. He is... Wait, did I just tell a lie? It's very possible that I told a lie, and I don't like to do that, so just hold on. Our Justice Thursday conversation today is around issues having to do with the political targeted attacks and where the law does actually draw a line. So no, I did not lie. Wakili Wasaga will join us at 9 o'clock for that conversation. Sawa?
Yes.
That's what it looks like today. Karibuni sana. And thank you for everybody for joining us today. As we get into things, we'll say hello to you in just a minute. Let us know where you're tuning in from. The door is open to the Situation Room. Come in and let's have this conversation, because we need to. Absolutely, we do. Aya, Chief.
Yes.
Twambie.
So the proverb this morning, let's just go straight into it.
Okay.
When a hyena wants to eat its own children, it accuses them of smelling like goats.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Just be careful. When the language changes, then you can understand, hey, wait a minute, am I the one actually being devoured here? Yes. I think it speaks. This proverb is one that's known well across Africa.
Yes.
Comes in different forms, but it's well known. Essentially, you must be very careful. When you see that somebody has changed their direction through their speech, be very careful. Be very careful. You're not quite sure where it's coming from. And if somebody is not, consistent in their messaging, then you might want to be careful about who it is that you're engaging with.
Stay alert, stay woke. Examine each and every single thing that is being done, being said, or not being said, and not being done. Because that will give you an indicator or an indication of what it is you're dealing with, or perhaps what you deal with in the future.
Yep.
So you start planning yourself by being woke, being alert, and examining each and every single thing.
Yep. Just be aware. For sure. All right. Let's say hello to you. You're tuned in this morning. We'll take a minute to Salimiana. A very good morning to you, Peter Kiaria. You say good morning from Mombasa. Never follow a leader who is more in love with power than people. Because power without compassion is dangerous. Very, very true. It is. Don Sabo says good morning, Nduh Aseto. Buona Aseto. Is it an intimidation and humiliation to receive a call or on speakerphone in public?
No.
No to both? Okay. So I don't know what you're asking, but there's your answer, Don. Michael Olanda says good morning, Jothurwa.
Jothurwa watwetu.
Oh, okay. Sawa. Good morning. Pan-African Kenya says good morning, tuned in from Nairobi. Very good morning to you. Robert Nyange tuned in this morning from Bidikani in Voi. And Wizzy says good morning, Spice. A very good morning to you as well. Georgia Dimo says good morning, Spice family. Rongo listening. Rain has resumed. It did do the pitter-patter of raindrops last night, didn't it? Just and just got a little bit colder. It's lovely.
Was it hot?
No.
It wasn't hot.
No, it wasn't. It was fantastic. It was great.
Yeah.
Do it again. Let's do it again. Hey, like we did last summer. I think it should happen again. Boba Coco says, good morning, Team Spice from Nduh Bay. Man is half beast. If you want to know, watch his action. Just asking. Aseto, did you live in the army barracks?
For me, I live close to the army barracks in Eldoret.
There's your answer.
Yeah.
All right. Migui Michael says, good morning. Robert Abengo's also, Bogo's also tuned in from Mombasa. This morning, good morning to you. T Combo says, good morning, SpiceFM family. Indeed, yesterday I saw Mafala celebrating Uongo na Ujinga Vile in our Bamba. Like Proverbs 26:1. Okay. Yeah, some things should not be celebrated.
No.
And I'm going to say this again, without fear of any kind of vitriol or backlash. If you celebrate violence, or if you celebrate the things that happen to people as a result of violence, you're actually creating that space close to the hottest part of hell for yourself. That there's a very hot place in hell for
where you belong.
I'm saying it. I choose to interpret it at whatever. I don't care. If you glory in the bad fortunes of someone, especially as a result of violence, you're dumb. Yep, sorry.
You know, they keep saying, when they came for them, I was quiet. They came for my neighbor, I was quiet. They came for me and there was no one to speak on my behalf. So.
Did you see what happened to the Lama woman rep?
I did.
Yes.
I did.
For what? If you can ask, for what? And that was happening under the order of somebody. Because of what? Because of shillings? I don't care if there were 4,000. I don't care if there were 4 million. That you do that to another human being and that somebody can see that and glory in it. No, we have really sunk very low as humanity.
Like those individuals, ask them today, what did you gain? Like where they're seated, what did you gain really? The funder and the executioner.
What have you achieved?
What have you achieved? Like today when you sit down with your children or even with your significant other, with your mother, what exactly
you
have
say, yes,
you achieved?
I paid money for people to go and destroy people's lives?
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
That's what you want to celebrate?
You're very happy.
Yeah.
We're not, you know what? I was looking at the rundown today and we're having conversation around, okay, so we're having conversation around then violence. Yes, again. Yes, again. Be so uncomfortable with it that you say this is definitely not the way in which we need to
That's
go.
not it.
Pana. Kimiak says, good morning. Well, I've said good morning for you, Kimiak. Imagine a whole government spending heavily on a 2-day health propaganda, and you want to push it down our throats. Best believe that nothing good will come out of this Kenya Kwanzaa administration. I don't know what the last word means, so I don't know. Khabusie. What does it? I can pronounce it, but what does it mean? Are we allowed to say it at this hour? Okay.
Whoever understands, please let us know.
Let us know what it means first before we say it again. Edwin Tulo says, "Good morning, Team Spice. Getting you loud and clear from Eldoret. Tell my wife Susan to wake up. She's listening." If Susan is listening, that means she's awake. Ama? Okay, Susan, just wake up.
Just wake up.
Susan.
Edwin says you need to wake up.
I don't know where Edwin is. One would imagine that he's somewhere next to you, but you can never assume anything.
It's a good thing that Susan is listening while
she's asleep.
Great.
Either way, wake up, little Susie. Hey, there's a song. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. I'm telling you, there's a song for everything. So, Susie, wake up. Who sang that song? Ooh, Simon who? I can't remember. Simon and Garfunkel? Anyway, Susan, the moral of the story is you should do what?
Wake up.
Thank you very much. James says, hello. If it is real and genuine, it doesn't need to be over-explained. It doesn't need to be dramatized. It just flows. Clock it. For God's sake, put it in a bottle. Sell it, this message, because you're absolutely right, James. If you're doing it, you don't need to shout. The lion doesn't come out every day on the plains of the savannah and say, hello, I'm lion. No.
You can imagine going to the restaurant. You've ordered the food, but the chef tells you, it's just nice.
The chef comes and tell you, look, this nice food that I've cooked. It's very good, nice.
Shut up. I will eat it and tell you. That's exactly what is happening.
Ama?
Yeah.
Hey, James, yes, put it in a bottle we are buying. Beatrice Omanwa says, good morning. Good morning to you. Calvin Mirindo says, good morning, baby girl. Nduh, good morning.
Baby boy Mirindo.
Well, stop jealousing me.
Let's go.
Stop jealousing me. You're jealousing me. Don't jealous me. Don't jealous me. Bernard Ogamba says, this is the right moment for IBC to tame hate speech. NCIC, this is the time to turn your bark into a bite. Yes? Let warmongers be barred from contesting.
I agree.
Starting with Kaluma, is what Bernard says. The law gives IBC that mandate. Isakale says, salams. Another Thursday, another political promise warming up faster than Mandasi at a roadside kiosk. Wait. Stay woke, stay hopeful, and remember, unlike politicians, your alarm actually keeps its promises.
True.
My prince says, good morning. Yesterday, President met Catholic bishops. Yeah, he did. Leo, hello, Princess Nduh and Aseto. Breaking news. It's Leo's birthday today, and it would be an honor for Princess Nduh to sing happy birthday. Hey, Leo Wana. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Leo. Happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May he guide you and keep you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Leo. It is breaking news. May this walk around the sun be the best so far. Karibu sana. Samuel Muirira says, good morning, Spice family. Waiting for today's discussion. You said we should ask Skitty about Andrew Ndolondola's contact and invite him. Spice family will have lots to pick from him. We are still asking who he is.
I actually looked him up.
And?
He's having a lot of discussions about politics. We will look for him. We will bring Dola here.
So everybody should chill out, Basi. Abdir Zakali says, good morning, Spicers. No Kenyan president has served one term since 1963. Minimum is 10 years. And so formally, wait 2032. Really?
Wait, let me respond.
Okay.
Good morning, Spicers. No Kenyan president has served one term since 1963. So?
Okay. So we move.
So?
So?
Yeah.
All right. Liumi says, bonjour, mes amis. Good morning to you. During the health summit, was there any mention of KEMSA, drug scandal, unconstitutional Ebola quarantine center, et al.? Or we just decided to gloss over issues? Yeah.
Yes, that's what we did.
Glossing be what we do. Hey, glossing.
Glossing we did.
Yes. Why should you bring... Look, I've come to show you that I'm doing a good job. Am I going to bring out the skeletons in the closet? No, I'm not.
Sijakuja hapa muni stress.
No,
nimekuja hapa kuambia.
Thanks. I'm the chef, remember?
Yes, this food is nice.
The food is nice.
Eat it.
Thanks. Don't nini me here.
Ukianza kuwa na shida ya tumbo, sha inafanya kazi.
Right. Eric says, good morning, guys. Eric, good morning to you. Leo says, was the KMPDU general the same that came to TSR and was at the talk shop at KICC? Did the medic strike end? And how long is the wait at the Kenyatta National Hospital for a scan? 3 months. 3 months. I know this how? Because I have somebody, again, now waiting for a scan for one of the pro bono cases that a doctor is doing, but they need the scan. 3 months, my friend.
Yep.
So maybe she'll be able to be seen in the month of September, and we've been waiting since July. This is what I'm telling you. I'm not talking about what I don't know. All right? Yes, so there's your answer. Yes, that's it, in case you're wondering. Okay, so Wanda, good morning, Nduh and Aseto, tuning from Toronto. Aseto, I'm glad you're recovering well, she says.
Thank you.
The Lord hears our prayers. Have a fantastic Thursday. It's almost the weekend. Yes, it is. Boba Koko says, Ofu, Abwa, Ato. Ato with 1 O. Yes, that's 1, 2, 3 in Igbo. What about Apar? There's no Apar in Igbo. What's Apar?
Apar would be 10 in Luo.
Oh, no, we don't have Apar.
Yeah, Apar is 10 for Luo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's just mixed Igbo and Luo.
Okay, I'll just stick with the 1, 2, 3s. Ofu, Abwa, Ato. Let's leave those ones. Every day I'll teach you something in my language. Let's see what you'll be, where you'll be by the end of. Do you remember the one I taught you yesterday? Oh, that was in Hausa. That's another language. Don't let me confuse you. Okay, let's just keep moving.
Let's just keep moving.
Boange Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM. How are you all this morning? Who will rescue Kenyans? Hey. Eric Nganga, justice for killed by goons in the streets and in police stations. Yes. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Last year, Murkomen told us that Shokala had to be slowed because there was not enough chemists and funds. Did he say that? Daniel Shuru says, good morning, Spice crew. The two-time guys keep telling us that 4 years is too little to judge this regime. They should look at Burkina Faso and some Sahel states and see what true leadership can achieve in 4 years. Yes. Math lab. I assume that you're referring to me. I need you to drop the H. What do you expect when teachers are the focus of negative energy from the employer with no support system for learners by the government? Absolutely. Yeah. I've said, if those are some of the things that you're putting into the pot, you have a recipe for disaster, and that disaster is what we're seeing today. Actually, I don't expect anything less. I don't expect children to come out of the system having been well read and have great levels of proficiency and competency and comprehension and literacy. I don't expect it, because what you're putting in does not guarantee that. Yes, I'm not surprised. Henry, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. I don't know why I'm feeling strange whenever I think about Kenya, especially when they're heated politically. Mungu shuka chini. Amen. Rhyme Tuloma says, good morning from Nairobi, Kenya. Will Riggy appear before NCIC next week? I don't know why it's next week. Should have been already. Come on. NCIC, come on. It's 5 days in a week, and it's a 12-hour work day. Okay, 8 hours. Sour. Come on. Can't find him. He's been everywhere. Or what?
NCIC has never beaten before. What makes you think that anyone looks at NCIC and thinks, oh, I've been summoned by NCIC, I better go and have this discussion? Because they can do what? They can bite.
Hey. Yawa. Jennifer Tanya says, good morning, Nduh and our lovely Aseto. Good morning, Spice family, and here for the great conversations. Karibu sana. Yakundi Emmanuel says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Was it really the health summit or SHA advertisement? Just asking. Good question. Good morning, says Jenny. Ask Simiyu whether SHA is working. We will ask him. Mutuflani is talking to Agri Temoy. Where is Agri Temoy? We see Machungu Stan is tuned in. Munaongiongelesha hapo. Ni sawa. Mohammed says, good morning, listening from Saudi. Good morning to you. Mutuflani, I see your good morning. Good morning. Metadata says, good morning, Spice. When they finish with us, definitely we will go for them. Allah. Brian Rono says, Chamgay Tugul. What is that? It means like good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Missing, thank you. All right. Isakale Nduh, I think Kimiak means good morning. I know, don't worry about it. And you are a Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel fan as well. Yes. Yeah. Yes, I am. My music, I enjoy a wide range. Sons of Christ says, good morning. Why do Kenyans not pay SHA through the famous 222 network framework? I don't know. David Mangara says, good morning, Spice FM TSR. Good morning to you. There's a song by Whitney Houston called My Name Is Not Susan. Exactly. There is. Thank you, Princess Nduh. You're most welcome. Malaika Nduh, sing Malaika Nduh. Malaika, I'll sing Malaika tomorrow. I promise. Tomorrow I'll sing all the words. Remind me. Aseto.
Okay, I will.
Rosie Kabunja says, good morning. Princess Nduh and the couture gentleman Aseto. Health Summit or SHA Summit. Like I say, Tulambe glucose. No one is coming to save us.
We need the energy.
Apakabisa.
Yeah.
Christina says, good morning. Nduh, can we take one Monday conversation and talk about devolution and the work of our governors? People from Western and Nyanza are buying this marginalized thing. I had to explain to my auntie. We can.
We should, actually.
We should. That's a good idea. Let's note that down to remember. Better Herb says, good morning. The whole of the health summit is about SHA is working. The only thing working for SHA for me is being deducted money. Dark Kevin says, good morning, wonderful people. SHA is working. Since I registered Hata and Ja Siski and Yewe. Kukuche. What? I don't understand. That what Enyewe Kabusie is meaning? What?
Acha kukuche.
Okay.
Kabusie means good morning.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but okay. Ata nja uski, sindio? All right. Musema Kweli says, good morning, great team. It's good ICC plus ICJ and UN bodies has initiated genocide plus massacre crimes against humanity in Kenya. Covering not only chaos in Homa Bay, but Kaspul, Mbere, Malava, and Olkalao. Kenneth says, Apar means let me think in Luo. Does it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Apar. Okay. Andrew Shearer says, good morning. Since 2022, I have abstained from finance bills. Didn't vote on Wamunyoro's yes or no. Who am I? Vancouver, Washington is tuned in this morning. Security Inc. says, good morning. I wish Sifuna a good day. I love it. You can just come out of the woodwork. Okay. Losa said, please stop mourning. The government has done so much. Just open your eyes. Sawa Basi. Eyes are open with toothpicks even.
Angalia.
With toothpicks. Even Dennis Aseto's eyes are open.
Let me now wear my glasses so that I can see well.
Dennis Aseto's eyes are open twice. Sawa. So you tell us good morning first before you start shouting. Before you start shouting at us.
The name is
Losir.
Okay.
Muyoka wa Malenga Mpelelezi says, good morning, you're amazing. Cameroon women's football national team has 200 million in the pocket. Those women played the football. They did. Mchuflani, Nduh, the queen has knights, not goons. That's what it looks like. Yeah. Kusalimia kila mtu. Everybody is welcome into the room. Let's have some solid conversations and keep it kosher while we do. Okay. Let's take a look at what's happening on the roads and in the air, and then we'll come back and see what's happening in the headlines. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
All right, it's mostly cloudy in Nairobi at 13. We'll see a high of 23 and 14 and cloudy looking into Nakuru. And 14 and cloudy into Nyeri, 13 and clear conditions in Eldoret, and at 19 it's clear in Kisumu with clear skies at 17 in Kakamega, 21 and cloudy into Mombasa, while at 25 it is sunny in Malindi, 17 and mostly sunny into Marsabit, while at 19 it's cloudy in Kampala, it's 21 and mostly sunny in Dar es Salaam, 13 and cloudy in Johannesburg, while Lagos is cloudy at 25, 15 and mostly cloudy in London, while Beijing is cloudy at 30, and Wednesday night in New York is 26. Coming into Thursday, we'll see a high still warm of 30.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, where are you this Thursday morning? If you're coming off a thicker superhighway, you're doing okay getting into the city. And if you're coming off of Jogoo Road today, maybe a little bit of traffic as you get to Landis. However, it's not going to be too bad. And there's traffic coming off of Ngong Road. The southern bypass looks pretty good. Everybody's moving. We don't see much happening right now, but we're probably going to see build-ups in a short while. We'll be here for it to let you know which route to pick or which one to avoid. We'll talk and we'll keep it moving this morning, won't we? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Tayari ndio hii. Star Times tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. This August, renew your monthly subscription and give your little ones a holiday packed with cartoons, imagination, adventure, and so much fun. Discover magical first discoveries on Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi and Super Wings on ST Kids. Catch Fireman Sam and Thomas and Friends on Jim Jam. Step into the action with Avatar, The Last Airbender on ST Tunes. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Get connected at any of our dealer shops countrywide. Dial star 858.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so we're looking into the headlines now. Carol anasema anatupenda sana. Carol tunakupenda pia, my sister. Karibu sana, and let's get into it this morning. All right. Yes, we can see all your comments. It's okay. Yes, keep it coming. We can keep talking. Bejas tuned in from Paddington in the UK today. And as we continue with these conversations, Karibuni is Sana. Sana. On the front page of The Standard, it's Kenya's bold newspaper. For how long, Mr. President, is the question in a headline. In what appears to be frustration among Kenyans over the government's lack of will to tackle the goons menace and the descent into lawlessness perpetrated by political leaders supporting President William Ruto against his opponents, the united opposition has now turned to the International Criminal Court, where they said, hey, uncles and aunties outside, please, come and see what's happening. Demanding scrutiny of the escalating violence and possible accountability for those responsible. The opposition says the ultimate buck stops with the president, whose government has a duty to protect Kenyans and uphold the rule of law. It argues that he bears the greatest responsibility for the anarchy playing out as the country heads towards the 2027 general election. Goons with pangas, goons with rungus, people with baklavas, and just causing mayhem generally. The buck stops with the president, according to this headline, to get that sorted out. Kenya braces for El Nino fury as floods threaten key disruptions. That will continue to be an issue. We cannot leave it alone in terms of making sure. Report says many learners at senior school can't read or do basic maths. A study shows 3 in 10 CBE pioneers fail to grasp elementary grade 3 knowledge. Report blames inadequate funding and staffing and other inequities in public schools. After spending 7 years in school, many learners at junior school can't handle elementary tasks. New evidence shows that thousands of learners are moving through the education system without mastering basic reading and numeracy skills. 2 reports reveal that nearly 3 in 10 junior schools cannot read a simple grade 3 story or solve a basic mathematics problem.
What have we said there? The problems are due to?
The problems are due to inadequate funding and staffing and other inequities in public schools.
Yeah,
the people who are telling me this morning to be objective, I am very objective. I'm so objective that I'm telling you that if you put eggs, flour, milk, sugar, and mix it together and put it in the oven, what will come out is a cake.
Or bread.
Or baked goods.
Yes.
You can't get baked goods if you put in other elements apart from baked goods ingredients.
Yes.
I'm being very objective, and you need to hear what I'm saying. That it is not possible for me not to ask what has happened if you have 3 out of 10 students, the only ones who are able to read.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So my eyes are very open. In fact, they are so open that I'm getting a brain freeze over why this should be the case.
Remember?
Yeah. And my eyes are so open that I also know. I'm not talking about what has been done. That's fantastic. But when you're looking at the pillars of society in tomorrow's world who are not getting the 22,000 shillings that they need, boss, my eyes, they are open.
Objectivity is top notch. Because remember, it's not only just a single report. These are 2 reports that speak the same thing. What are the odds that both reports are wrong? Let's assume that the reports were wrong. What are you going to do about it in finding out the truth about that report?
You'll be objective.
Or are we... See? Yes. Be objective.
In fact, that's the answer.
Yeah.
You know how you say you have headache, drink Panadol.
Yeah.
When you see things are going south, according to what I'm being told today, what you need to do, take those two tablets of objectivity, and the problem will go away.
2 times 3.
3 times a day before meals. Before meals.
30 minutes.
That is the answer now.
Yeah.
When you see things are going wrong, take 2 tablets of objectivity 3 times a day before meals.
Yes.
Okay? Okay. That's what we're going to be doing from now on.
True.
Meanwhile, what's going on is that an audit is raising hard questions on how top schools spend millions and why they're spending them. Revelations have emerged of deep financial and governance problems in some top national schools, with the Office of the Auditor General pointing to unauthorized levies, weak controls, and poor debt collection. The opposition has invited the IECC to probe political violence. There was them coming together yesterday, and there's the picture of Justin Muturi, James Orengo, Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, Kalonzo Musyoka. Fred Matiang'i seems to be shouting at somebody, and Martha Karua and Eugene Wamalwa are all in this picture. And they're saying, you know what, now ICC, we're asking you to come and now let's talk. Okay, I don't know what that's going to wield, but...
Because they do not trust that the criminal justice system within the country would deliver justice to Kenyans.
Okay. Yeah. KNH boss, you know, we still don't have... so there's a gentleman, his name is Lesiampe, and his appointment is being challenged. Petitioner has alleged that the chief executive has attained the mandatory retirement age acquired to head a state corporation. So they say, this dude is already past 65, 62, and... he was picked as CEO on August 19th, 2025, and was confirmed for a 1-year term from July 1st, 2026. And the petitioners are saying, no, he's past the age. Ojwang Doctor has gotten the nod as MPs say he can go ahead and sit at chair the Policing Oversight Authority. Uncle Doctor, your entry is full. Karibu Kazi. We have a lot to do. Let's get to it.
Yeah. Heads must roll, Dr. Ari.
Tell us. Don't even talk about the ones inside the police stations. Let's start there. So congratulations to Dr. Ojwang. He now will probably go on and chair IPOA. Many work to be done, sir. Nyoro gambles as DCP mistrusts his move. He was in a rally and the Nyoro we're talking about here is in Ndindi Nyoro. Yeah. And MP says his political break with UDA followed a year of consultations with opposition leaders, but DCP leaders see this as a Ruto strategy to fragment the Mount Kenya region. Yeah. That's what we're being told. Yikes, there's quite a lot to get through in the Standard this morning. Health Summit, the sector's sick reality buried in lofty speeches. Achievements, big misses. You can have a look at one to the other. Achievements of Shah. This is the dose of objectivity this morning. Yep. Enactment of 4 laws governing UHC, namely the Social Health Insurance Act, a Primary Health Care Act, Digital Health Act, and Facility Improvement Act. Registration of 32.2 to Social Health Scheme. Employment of 107,800 CHPs to promote preventive and promotive health, free emergency care in 24 hours by establishing a National Ambulance Center 922, fully paid for by Shah from the Exchequer's allocation. I'm not going to go into the big misses. I want you to look at them. Ruto's appetite for debt shows no signs of slowing. We're talking about this at 8 o'clock today. Goons have given Homa Bay religious leaders difficult task. This is what Elias McCoy is saying in the opinion pages today. Dun-dun. That's what it looks like in the Standard. Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspaper or the Standard e-paper.
www.standardmedia.co.ke. Part 2.
Well done.
The Daily Nation. Toxic tanks. And the individuals who are on the spot here, I'll just mention them. Rigathi Gachagua, Apollo Tuoma, Peter Opondo Kaluma, Eden Duale, Geoffrey Ruko, Hassan Omar, John Kagoshia, Ali Mohamud, Betty Maina, Peter Salasi, Ampuria Buri, David Gekaria, Wanjiku Muhia, and John Waluke. Of all those individuals, what has happened? Nada.
Nothing.
So, They are called headmongers, is a question. Now, ahead of the general election, politicians have resorted to seemingly dangerous rhetoric, prompting the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to open investigations into alleged hate speech, ethnic polarization, and incitement to violence. But apart from the inflammatory statements being probed by NCIC, some leaders are openly spewing foul language, with a troubling rise in political intolerance, both in public spaces and on digital platforms. A recipe for disaster that has been pushed further on page 4. So, a third of senior school students can't read and count. 3 in 10 junior school graduates joining senior school lack essential foundational literacy and numeracy skills, according to a new report. So 96 in 100 children of junior school age, that is between the ages of 12 to 17, are enrolled in school. Now 3 in 10 junior schools have functional science laboratories. 3 in 10 grade 7 cannot read with comprehension a grade 3 appropriate English story. Now 1 in 5 grade 9 learners cannot read with comprehension a grade 3 appropriate English story. Learners in public junior schools underperform their private school counterparts in both literacy and numeracy across the grades. What this report is telling us today, or rather the fear that I see, is many parents will be forced to dig deeper into their pockets, as already they are, to take their children to private schools because they believe and trust that private institutions will give their children the quality education that they deserve.
Yep.
Then we go back to the government. The Constitution says that each and every single child must be in school. It has been insisted 100% transition as well. Every child must be in school. But the very same Constitution as well talks about the quality of education that is mandatory. So whilst we're taking children to school, which is mandatory, how about the quality aspect of it that you need to ensure is a reality?
Sema elimu bora or bora elimu.
In this case, it's bora elimu. Ukitaka elimu bora, you go where? Private institutions. And this is not an advert. It is based off research that has been done. Now, 7 perish after helicopter crashes into Mount Ololokwe. Now, recovery operation suspended after fears fire traps 3 bodies in wreckage as the investigators begin probing cause of crash. That is a sad story. That is a sad accident that happened. 7 people killed, 6 tourists and 1 pilot on board. 4 bodies recovered. 3 bodies remain trapped in the wreckage. As at 9:13 a.m. yesterday, around the time helicopter crashed, Mount Ololokwe, Samburu is the crash site, and the aircraft registration is 5YGYM. Recovery operations expected to resume today. We follow up on that. We shall be bringing the very latest. Now, Kenya Met. This is why Nairobi is cold. Cooler conditions begin in June and normally ease towards the first or second week of September. So the broader outlook projected warmer than usual temperatures across the country. That is in the latest finding. And for many Kenyans, August has become a month of jackets, blankets, and unusually chilly mornings in Nairobi and the Central Highlands. Chilly conditions have persisted into the day, raising questions about why temperatures remain low as the country approaches the end of dry season.
Central Highlands inakwanga wapi?
Central Highlands ni ukienda Mount Kenya.
So tunaweza enda, it's nice.
Tunaweza enda huko.
Lovely.
Relax
Enjoy
kidogo.
the weather. It's the cold.
Yeah, but the cold is not unusual for August. It is part of a seasonal pattern driven by the movement and strengthening of large atmospheric pressure systems in the southern hemisphere. So what happens in the southern hemisphere affected
southerly lowlands.
Southerly lowlands affects what is happening in the Central Highlands. And Nairobi, that is why it is cold. So it is a phenomena that does exist, according to the weatherman. So just jack it up.
So in other words, your story yote ni kusema it's going to continue being cold.
Yes.
All right. Yum. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, maybe it's a warm up for El Nino as well, so people need to start getting ready for that. Now, agency summons Gachagua as poll rhetoric escalates. NCIC wants former deputy president to explain remarks made at rallies in Vihiga, Kisii, and yes.
I have a question, teacher.
Yes.
This Gachagua that they keep summoning. Maybe he should just come to the office. They've been summoning him since last week. I don't understand. Is their office in Rome? Is the office not here in town?
It is.
So when you summon somebody, is it like, do you give them, you must come by certain date? This is your expiry date for the summons?
Yep.
Or how does it normally happen?
It should.
Should it be like summons, then you come on this day?
Come on this day, yeah.
They've been summoning the fella for a long time now. He should just show up at the place.
They're threatened with an arrest warrant, I think, if they don't show up. So
I beg they should stop disturbing us, please.
Let's wait and see. But you see, my concern is the rallies in Vihiga, Kisii and Meru. Are you able to trace when the gentleman was in Vihiga, Kisii and Meru? So over that entire period, what exactly was happening? Or was it investigation that was taking place?
Oh, please. Is it not the same people who want to tell us that they couldn't find somebody in that building who speaks to Luo to come and explain what Kalu was?
But you see, we can arrest you as well and then ask court to give us more time to investigate.
Something happened 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, then you are coming to ask us. Gachagua was in Meru. When was Gachagua in Meru? Yeah. Why didn't they? It was over the weekend. Yeah. Why could they not summon him on Monday? They should stop carrying us. What?
Mena.
Well done.
Good. Now, opposition sets date for electoral forum. Now, the leaders seek to unite political, religious, and civil society groups to prevent violence and protect the integrity of the 2027 election. Let me tell you, who are they inviting? They're uniting political, religious, and civil society groups to prevent violence. Police, MUKO, to maintain law and order. Wanasemanga their vision is utumishi kwa wote. Ai. Bwana hapo kiraoni imetuangusha. We just have to say the truth. No. Now,
yes.
Kasim Abdi, man at the center of Homa Bay youth politics. On August 4th, Homa Bay town was brought to a standstill as scores of youth took to the streets demanding the release of the man they call Commander. The protesters hurled stones and barricaded roads with boulders and burning tires, prompting police to fire tear gas. Police later released Kasim Abdi, who was welcomed by supporters. Abdi has been arrested over an alleged assault. Tall and well-built, he is a familiar figure in Homa Bay town. People familiar with his activities describe him as an influential youth mobilizer, particularly during political events. Wednesday, police linked Abdi. Meskia? Police linked Abdi to Sunday's violent attacks on Linda Mwananchi rallies in Homa Bay. Police spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga said 12 suspects had taken plea and been released on bond, while 2 others were being investigated over gun-related incidents. Now, yesterday, there were individuals who were attacking the Standard for putting a picture of Abdi as being the person behind it. This is after the Standard did its own investigations and witness accounts placed the man in the center of all this melee. Today, the police have confirmed what the Standard was saying yesterday. So for those who are attacking the Standard, perhaps home of bold journalism is one to be trusted.
Nani?
Yes?
See now the fellow is on the run. They can't find him. They said they're actually actively pursuing him.
Yeah.
Why are you running?
Yeah.
Muri, if I don't run, why is you running?
Why are you running?
If you know that, why are you running?
Yeah. You remember that individual who was as well accused and presented himself to police and police turned him away? Yes. That's what ought to, if you don't have anything to hide, show up, explain yourself. Prove that you're innocent. Now, final moments of Ugandan-born trader killed amid rally tension. Now, Sunday, Norina Langwa closed her shop in Homa Bay town with trepidation, fearing her goods could be stolen during the Linda Mwananchi rally. Like many other traders, Miss Nalangwa who sold crocs at Homa Bay Municipal Market, was apprehensive due to previous political meetings in the region, some of which were marred by violence and looting. She did not want to lose the business that put food on the table and set her children's school fees. So she stayed at home in Shauriako, following on her phone the movement of Siaya Governor James Orengo and the team as they rallied. Now, her son, Sylvester Kavuludi, said the family remained indoors throughout the day, watching events unfold on their phones. We are a family of 4 children. All of us were at home watching the rally from the phone. For much of the day, there was relative calm in Shauriako, apart from a few youths chanting political slogans. But as evening approached and Linda Mwananchi supporters began making their way towards Homa Bay town, tension mounted. Then came reports that shops at the market were being looted. Mr. Langwa decided to leave home and check on her business to establish whether her stock was safe and, if necessary, protect it from looters. The reports turned out to be false. No one had broken into the market. By then, however, Mr. Langwa was already on her way. Earlier, she had called her friend Jacqueline Adhiambo and advised her to remain at home because of fears and supporters of rival political groups could harm her. So, in short, she was killed. She died.
She was.
Because she was going to look at the business and confirm that it was
Everything
safe.
is okay.
When you talk about political intolerance and the violence that needs to be addressed, she has left behind her children. Who will fend for them? Think about it.
That's the question that you have to ask. And looking at the headlines on the Star this morning, Dr. Mutiso murder still continues. There's a trail of bullets and missing police, and that's to be found out. Robbers held family hostage, cooked ugali and eggs before fleeing. And you come to steal from me, then you cook and eat my food. Shindwe. Homa Bay blood and tears. How ex-police raped and beat women. This is the thing that we're talking about. That you don't see, and then people can open their mouths and be touting and faffing about certain things. This is the violence that we talk about, the unseen, which cannot go unanswered. It cannot. And I keep saying, woe unto you if you find pleasure in this that has happened to people. 7 tourists killed in a Samburu helicopter crash. We continue to follow up on that story. These are the things that are making the headlines. But, you know, take it with a dose of objectivity.
2 times
2
3.
tablets 3 times a day before meals. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news where I'm Sheila Tembor. The United Opposition Coalition is calling on the ICC to investigate President William Ruto over recent incidents of political violence. In a joint statement read by PLP leader Martha Karua, the opposition urged the ICC to closely monitor attacks targeting opposition leaders during political rallies. Karua also called on the government to explain how group of youths are able to disrupt political activities and urged the ICC to review its previous case against President Ruto and determine whether new evidence could warrant reopening it. She said the ICC should intervene if evidence shows that attacks on civilians were widespread or systematic and were planned, funded or tolerated by those in power.
We urge the prosecutor to exercise the powers provided under Article 15 of the Rome Statute to initiate an investigation, especially against the person bearing the greatest responsibility, namely President William Samoei Ruto, a former ICC inductee. Those who organize violence should know that the passage of time does not erase responsibility. Our message is simple. No Kenyan should lose life, their liberty, or their property because of politics.
The opposition has also called on the IEBC to ensure the 2027 polls is free, fair and credible.
Professional bodies, the media, youth organizations, and the diplomatic community to stand united in defense of the Constitution. The government must explain how organized groups of armed civilians can repeatedly mobilize, move openly, attack political leaders, journalists, citizens, and even police officers, and apparently operate with such confidence.
The Law Society of Kenya has ordered a review of remarks attributed to Mukurweini MP John Kagusha and Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma over allegations of incitement. In a statement, LSK President Charles Kanjama says the Society's Ethics and Disciplinary Liaison Subcommittee will examine publicly available records of the remarks within 14 days to determine whether they amount to professional misconduct. The Society says it will file or support complaints before the Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal if sufficient evidence is found. LSK has also warned its members, including politicians, against making threatening, divisive or inciting statements, particularly ahead of the next election. The move comes as the NCC investigates remarks attributed to Kaluma and Kagusha over their alleged inflammatory political statements. To matters education, 27% of grade 7 learners cannot read and comprehend a grade 3 English story, according to a new survey by Usawa Agenda. The report shows the learning gap is wider in rural and public schools, with 33% of grade 7 boys and 27% of girls in rural areas unable to understand a grade 3 level story. In mathematics, 33% of grade 7 learners cannot solve a grade 3 level problem, while 41% lack both basic reading and numeracy skills.
2, almost 3 in 10 children are exiting this important step, having not achieved these competencies. We have an issue with the boys, the gender specifically, them not achieving the competencies, specifically in mathematics.
There will be massive ripple effect in terms of this person being incompetent, occupying an important position.
The survey also finds that public schools are performing worse than private schools in both literacy and numeracy. The learning crisis is most severe in arid and semi-arid counties, where dropout rates are significantly higher than national average of 4%. Garissa has the highest dropout rate at 22.8%, while Nyeri records the lowest at 1.2%. The report says boys are more likely to drop out of schools than girls in most counties.
Policies have certain level of aspiration, and our aspiration is to get all children to learn. But the way we have implemented, there are gaps, and the gaps that we see are manifested in what percentage of learners are transitioning through school without learning.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption, because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them, they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. It's the 20th of August. Now, if it's the 20th of August, you know what that means? It means that tomorrow is the 21st of August. And the wait is almost over. The English Premier League kicks off on the 21st of August, and this season you don't have to look anywhere else. The Standard Group has the exclusive rights to bring you the EPL. Catch all the action, all the drama, every match, every goal, and all the big moments across TV, radio, and digital. So whether you're a diehard fan or simply love the beautiful game, stay tuned. The EPL is here and the excitement starts now. Boys and girls at Radio Maisha and Berur FM will be bringing you all the match documentary live, all the match action, every goal, every controversy, every thumping moment of the EPL that comes to you this season as from tomorrow. So you want to stay tuned for that. You don't have to look anywhere else, right here at the Standard Group. Yes?
Yes, because the boys on TV as well, Robinson Okeny, Hassan Juma, and the team there will be bringing you that as well on television. So be sure to keep it standard as we continue to push EPL.
All right, so we're getting into a conversation this hour about defections and realignments and looking at what this all means. And this is all happening in an ecosystem that's a little bit volatile at the moment, where folks are asking questions about whether an election will be free, whether it'll be fair, whether it'll be satisfactory. But beyond that, the elements that you're putting in that we can see right now with the violence and all of that has to be brought into consideration. The two gentlemen who will join us, one of them is already here. Joachim Simiyu is the SG of the Safina Party, and he's also the Senate senatorial aspirant for Nairobi, and joins us in the hot seat this morning. Joachim, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, very well.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Ken Obuya, who is the UDA chairman in Homa Bay, will be with us in a short while, but we'll get into the conversation as he even before he does. We're in Mauritius this week.
Yes. All right. So Mauritius is an island country of 1.3 million people. White sandy beaches because...
1.3 million?
Yeah, 1.3 million people.
One county. That's not even a count.
One.
Would be a stronghold. But let's talk about the country.
It's like Embakasi.
Yeah, but now they're huge in tourism, manufacturing, and it's also considered a financial hub. And now the country is the home to the late dodo bird. Late dodo bird is extinct because in the 1600s it was highly hunted. And today as we speak, you can only see it in pictures. You can only read about it but not feel it, not see it, and not even remember how it sounds. Now, the proverb, when a hyena plans to eat its own children, it accuses them of smelling like goats. How would you interpret it?
People always justify their actions. Giving yourself convenient excuses for the actions you are about to do. That comes when you know that the actions you are about to do are not actually good actions, but you justify them. You tell yourself that because of ABCD, this one should be done.
Well, excuse galore, eh? All right.
Indeed. As we look at alignments and defections, I want to ask first, as we get into this, whether they matter.
It's a big question I've been asking myself, because why defect now? What has been the alarm? I have looked around people defecting from William Ruto, and I'm like, why now? If it's not about their own survival and nothing about how the country is being led, then I think these defections need to be not taken seriously. And I can see some people celebrate when people leave President Ruto. Okay, it's good they're adding on to the numbers of us in the opposition who want to change government, but again, with what motive? So that they do what? They are bringing the numbers so that we achieve what? You see? You cannot be the person who has been pushing all the punitive ways of leadership, then all of a sudden, 1 year to an election, you suddenly realize it's not working. I heard some member of parliament saying that we don't have a parliament. It's been captured. So he's been captured for how long? Because he's there. And these are the things we've said for the last 4 years, that this parliament is a problem. And then they vehemently oppose that we are actually independent, we've not been captured. But then, just before election, they suddenly realize that, parliament is captured. I think that's taking us for a ride. And I've been looking around and I see people, like the other day, there is a new party that was formed. How is it called?
PPK?
PPK.
No, apparently it's not new, but okay.
It was formed in 1996.
It has a new party.
It has a new party leader who apparently realizes that all of a sudden economics is very important, and we need to emancipate ourselves economically. But I look at the person who is telling us these things, and I wonder, at what time did he realize that emancipation of economies is very important? Because I'm looking at not the things he's saying, but the things that he's been doing, the pattern. How did we come to know this guy? So I look at him in 2013, where the whole region where he comes from is supporting their own son, apparently to save him from the gallows of the Hague. He was supporting some shiny guy called Peter Kenneth. He comes in 2017. He wins for his first term. There is a court ruling that annuls the election. One of the first statements in Parliament is that President Uhuru should have suspended the constitution and ruled by decree. So, I look at the person who is saying these things. He comes from Kiharu constituency. Kiharu constituency is the one that gave us Matiba, Kenneth, who fought for these freedoms that now you are saying we suspend the constitution. You are disregarding the gains we've got all the way. And Matiba fought for these things until he paid a price of his life, the ultimate price, ultimately. This guy comes from a constituency that gave us Julius Kiano, the first medical doctor to ever graduate in this country. He comes from a community and a place that has given us men of repute. But look at how he's doing his own stuff. Now, in his first term, he becomes a hawk, jumping from one helicopter to the other, campaigning for William. Vehemently and ferociously, they get power in 2022. After getting power in 2022, he's the biggest proponent of the finance bill in 2023, where we started having a problem with Ruto. He pushes in the housing levy as the chairman of budget and appropriations. He pushes in the most infamous finance bill of 2024. It backfires, blows up in his face. He flees from William. Suddenly he realizes that the borrowing has been bad. Yet he's been chairman of appropriations committee. He becomes a lecturer and a professor of economics in the media. But when we need him at his workplace, at his workstation to vote, suddenly something is happening in London and we cannot find him in Parliament. This is the same guy, when the impeachment of Gachagua comes, he's so flaky, he's missing in action. The other day when we need him to also stand with us, he does not show up. But today, he suddenly is saying, we need to emancipate ourselves economically, defecting, and now he's part of the opposition. At what time does he realize, and what is wrong with his economy? Because he's been there. Can he tell us and take responsibility for the things that have happened that have led us into this bottomless abyss?
But SG, one would say that when you see a problem or when your eureka moment comes, it's okay for you to start doing the right thing. There's never the wrong time to do the right thing.
You need to own that.
But even while at that, then there is the history, there is the audit of how someone has been. Are you saying, therefore, that it is important then that we audit performances of individuals, even while defections are happening and Eureka moments have happened?
I think we should listen less to what they are saying and watch their steps. The pattern always emerges. And you can see if what they are saying is actually genuine or not. Because, like, for example, when you say that there has been wanton borrowing and illegal borrowings, and this is a question that was posed to him in Parliament. And he could not answer. You see, he's been in this whole thing with the likes of Kimani Ichung'wah and Kimani Kuria. I think Kimani Ichung'wah is better because he's confident enough to own up his nonsense. He's stuck with the Ruto. However bad the situation gets, he's there. But this one, you can never tell where he is. So why do you go to war with a person you are not really sure if he's part of the battalion?
Ken Obuya is the UDA chairperson, Homa Bay County, Karibu. And even as we continue with the conversation about defections and realignment, you belong in UDA. We're seeing a lot of defections. People are just leaving. What does that show? What's the problem within UDA why everybody is just bolting all of a sudden?
What is so unique about defections from UDA? Nothing unique. This is a season that naturally defections across the political divide happens. Alignments are normally witnessed from, way back from 1960s, when Jaramogi defected from KANU, formed his political party. So defections have been there, and we are going to witness more defections, not necessarily from UDA, but the people are going to defect equally from other political parties. I'm looking forward to defection of my good SG here to UDA. So there's nothing so unique about defections. So that's standard because people realign focusing on getting elected, maybe out of disappointments, out of change of mood within communities that they target to get elected. So I would say that that is standard. Yeah.
What does it do to the psyche of people when you have people moving? That if I tell you today that I am a believer in something, that's the definition of belief means that you have essentially seeped your psyche, your thought, your action in a particular idea, and that you take that belief and you speak it to people and would assume that you practice it. Is it not a monumental, shouldn't it be monumental if you then decide to shift? And what does then that do to the people who gave you, because a vote is not just a thing on a piece of paper, they gave you
a mandate,
the opportunity with their sovereignty, the sovereignty that they have, they gave it to you based on that belief. So when you arise like a phoenix from the ashes and then you tell us that actually, you know what, I've moved away from this, where you can change your mind, that's allowed. Does it do anything then to that hope or belief that people have put in you if you move?
Interestingly, as a people, as a nation, I think we really need to look into our constitution. What does our constitution say about social multi-party practice? The constitution gives every citizen a right, freedom to associate, freedom to move, freedom to socialize, freedom of speech, and that also gives a leeway for politicians. Interestingly, again, we need to look at what does the Political Parties Act says about the time frame when elective political players are supposed to move from political party X to Y and also to independent. And it's every citizen's, every political player's right, as long as they play within the law. But naturally, it is important that we take serious the elective communities. That when I'm given a mandate as a representative of the people, And in this case, there's one thing that it is important we need to look into as political players. Number one, consistency is a serious currency that in leadership and governance. If you believed in UDA and UDA's manifesto as a contract of 5 years, there is a movement like you mentioned. Why is Mount Kenya majority of political players moving out of UDA to DCP? How I pray that we do an amendment, because I think that was too early. Because what is it? Because the Jubilee administration, the Kenya Kwanza administration, has a contract of 5 years. The membership of the Mount Kenya who are still are serving as UDA members, because they also equally have a contract. I only pray that they would be brave enough, political players would be brave enough, like Raila Odinga did in 1994, when he resigned from Ford Kenya and seeked fresh mandate from the Kibra, the Greater Langata constituents, or on a new political party. I would pray that we get brave men and women in the modern political players who can, seek for fresh mandate of their communities. Other than, you're a member of UDA, elected on UDA, but you are serving a new outfit, yet contractually and constitutionally you have a contract.
Would it be fair? Yes. Would it be fair for one to challenge that when we say that even during the Jubilee administration, Deputy President, now President William Ruto, was Jubilee elected president, but had formed a political party called UDA and was pushing agenda of a different political party at the time? Would it then be right then to say that the bad example that we see today was set by the number one in office?
We've had a precedent. This is something that has been happening not only with William Ruto. This is something that it is a bad culture with our political players. We need. I pray that when my friend here and myself get elected in the next coming parliament, we need to do an amendment on the political party acts and actually give the constituents, people who elect political players, more powers.
So why are we surprised then if members of the juniors within the party are exhibiting bad behavior, if bad behavior was set from the top?
You see, I think people are just reaping what they sow. Because, and my friend has mentioned consistency. During Jubilee administration, I was with Raila Odinga, and we were vehemently opposing William Ruto's moves. That look, you are jeopardizing the government. You were elected on a joint ticket with this guy. Could you be gracious enough to give him ample time? He finishes his time, we will get time to campaign. But no, he couldn't hear that. He went against every grain, and he got into that position. So I think he's just being fed the meal he prepared. But again, but again, it's something that has to stop. I'm going to be elected senator on Safina Party, and if I fall out with the ideologies, and it gets to a point where I feel like it's no longer the party I envisioned, then it's only important that I altogether leave the party and seek mandate on another party. It's a culture that we need to embrace. But these defections are not geared towards people realizing that the ideologies in their parties are actually for the people. It's self-preservation, and people are realizing that they are in a leaking boat to hell. They therefore have to jump into the sea and look for a rowing boat to safety. But we are seeing them. We are seeing them.
We have had bad practices that are very historical. Blackmail and short-changing MOUs within the political elites. We witnessed in 2003 when what happened between the NAC, the NAC government of late President Kibaki. Such kind of twisting and lack of honesty in formations of coalitions. This is something that we need to look into it. It happened with Kenyatta and Jaramogi. It happened with the repealing of Section 2A in 1991, when a section of political elite promised Jaramogi that they are going to push his presidential bid. Then came the great Njindo entrance.
But I think that was the strings were pulled from from the outside, because I've looked at that part. Well, I've looked at that section of history.
Yes,
where before Stanley Matiba goes to London, it was Paul Mwite and another group who went to Jaramogi.
Charles Rubia, Paul Mwite.
Yes,
and
they told Jaramogi that we are going to support you in this election so that we take Moi home. I understand that Jaramogi was skeptical. He said, you remember how our first marriage ended. It did not end well. But Mwite said, this time round, we are genuine. Before that, Matiba was not ill, but he fell ill before that. Then was taken to London Hospital. There's a group of people who left Kenya, went to London, and told Matiba that from the way we see things, you are very popular in Kenya, you should be the one running. This story has been told by Lin Jiru, the then pressman of Moi, that it was their machination. They looked at the wave against Moi and they decided to come up with a way of splitting the opposition. So how do you split it? By making everyone think that they are popular enough to run. So
they are doing to someone now.
so they choreograph the coming back of Matiba. At the airport, the government had paid people to go and welcome Matiba back home. Our good friend Martin Shikuku organizes a rally in Malava. And again, it's government money, paying people in Malava so that Matiba gets an impression that, look, even in Bungoma, in Western Kenya, I'm being supported. And then they are telling, on the other hand, they are telling Jaramogi that, look, you are old. You cannot fail to run today. If you don't run,
that's it for you.
It's the end for you. You must be on the ballot. And remember, at that time, we did not have 50+1. So, Kibaki is also being told, you are the only brains we need here. You should also run. So they all run and they share 60% of the vote. Moi gets 35%, but it is the majority. So it was, I do not think it was betrayal per se. It was the brilliance of the government to split the opposition. But that is not the same as today. If you play that game today, then you are going to interfere with the chances of a first round win. If everyone runs today, if every one of us runs, then none of us will get 50+1. Then we get a rerun. If that works for the people who are proponents of that game, I wish them good luck. But for the sake of the country, and for a sure win of first round, there has to be unity of purpose. And again, in reference to the first betrayal in 1996, I attribute it to a lack of an agenda beyond the fight against a common enemy. Because now, you look at Kenyatta and the people who are pushing Wazungus to go. I think they were just inclined on sending Muzungu home, the Mau Mau and what have you, that the Muzungu must leave this country and we get our own independent rule. But they did not have an agenda that would bring unity of purpose beyond Muzungu. So they push out Mzungu, they get independence, but everyone has an ideology of leading the country. That is someone who feels like, no, land should be a willing buyer, willing seller. The other person is like, no, we chase the Mzungu so that our people get land. These were discussions that were supposed to be made before Mzungu goes, so that there is a binding agenda, the what next after the elections.
Okay.
But without that, the purpose of unity was not there. So everyone was going their own direction. Even the personal secretary to Kenyatta at independence, he publicly fell out with Kenyatta in 1973 when they were having a harambe, was it in Nyandarua? That was J.M. Kariuki. Because the agenda of how to lead the country was missing. Everyone was presenting their own best idea. And that's what I have kept saying, that even today, us in opposition, we are united by sending Ruto home. There should be an agenda.
Okay.
An agenda that says, okay, now, what next after he's gone? Can we imagine a country in the absence of the person we are fighting against? If we don't do that, then there will be another case of betrayal after elections, because everyone will be doing what they think is best. And these are facts that if we are not careful, they say history doesn't repeat itself, people make the same mistakes, and we do not want to make them. So in my own thinking, even as people defect today, as I said before he came in, look at the pattern of the person defecting. For how long has he been doing that? And to serve what purpose?
Because are we saying that a leopard is not going to change its spots? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen that because that's what you're born with. I think there's an African saying, I think that Dennis Aseto had brought up. Even the cub with its fur, the soft fur, underneath that skin, the spots are already there.
Yes.
So the fur will fall off and the spots will be there. But then are we getting people to look critically at these things? Because the realignments and the defections may be exciting to a rapt audience at a point in time. You say, okay, we've got another one on this side. But are we looking beneath and seeing what exactly is happening? And do we need to? Ken?
Yes, please. The most important thing is that I think Kenyans, the citizens, have equally had bad practices, bad cultures. I don't see why, even scholars decide to suspend their conscience in interrogating real situations. You find in the community that I come from, people are professors of law, of political science, and lecturers. People, they would say, hatujasikia vile baba anasema, tunangoja so and so to speak. These are bad cultures that we collectively and individually we must correct. Why would because we vote with emotions. That is the worst thing that happens in Kenya. We vote with emotions. Like you see the way communities are being whipped against one community now. And we've had bad incidences that, like the 207 post-election violence. If you see the mood, the way people whip, political players whip their communities against another community.
So in this case, which community is being whipped against?
You are a Kenyan, you know very well there are political players who are whipping a few communities against. We've seen Rigiji, let me call him. We've seen Rigiji whipping his community of Mount Kenya against President William Ruto. Let me tell you, let me ask you, my brother.
Is that the one you're referring to? Is that the one you're referring to in this moment?
Talking about political players whipping their communities against other communities. Because let me tell you, every dog has a territory.
Okay.
Kila umbwa iko na kwao. Unaweza piga umbwa ikiwa iko sokoni, lakini akifika kwao unaona unakimbiza umbwa, lakini akifika kwa mlango yao it turns and now faces you to defend themselves.
Is that what happened in Homa Bay?
Hold on. I want to tell you this. Number one, we must name and shame people who does not take the stability and the continuity of this nation seriously.
Who are you naming and shaming?
Sorry?
Who are you naming and shaming?
I am naming and shaming one, Rigathi Gachagua.
How about
and
one?
his people. Number one, let me tell you, the presidency. Kenya is an independent sovereign state. The symbol of our sovereignty is the presidency. Irrespective of how we disagree with the person who holds that office, it is important that as citizens, first we must be patriotic of our sovereignty. So we may differ, we may differ and have differences with the office holders. But as citizens, how do we just, demean and give names to persons that hold these offices? That is what inculcates bad practices in our citizens.
Obuya, but
when our leaders, Mutanu amuka tu asubuhi and gives the people who hold serious political offices that unites us as a nation.
Obuya, sovereignty, according to the constitution, belongs to the people.
Yes, it's what the people see with the president.
Yeah. The president
and patriotism is not
national unity, and the president enjoys donated power delegated by the people. That means the people are the sovereign. So the president is not an indicator or any symbol of sovereignty. But then again, as we name and shame, you come from Homa Bay County.
Yes.
Are you concerned about statements that were made in Homa Bay County by Homa Bay Township Member of Parliament, one Opondo Peter Kaluma? And are you equally naming and shaming the individual that belongs to your community as just next door?
As a stakeholder in Homa Bay, County and Homa Bay County politics, I want to strongly condemn. Number one, please allow me to register condolences to the families of the deceased, the lady, I heard she's called Uganda, and the officer who died in the accident. I also want to register one of my close family members who happened to be in the team Babu.
It wasn't an accident. I'm sorry. I think we just need to be very clear. An accident is something that you do not control. This was violence that was meted upon people by others.
Allow me to land.
No, but we need to make that distinction. It wasn't an accident. An accident is beyond your control. But you may go on. We just want you to make that clarification.
Thank you.
It wasn't an accident.
Now, that accident and incident that happened that led to the loss of lives, it is regrettable and it is unacceptable. I want to condemn the people who organized goons in Homa Bay County.
Like who? Do you have names?
Hold on. The people who organized goons in Homa Bay County against the Linda Wananchi. As a member of UDA, that is not what we stand for. Personally, when I was in charge, then I was not elected, I was the interim chair for UDA in Homa Bay County. When I was doing membership recruitment in Homa Bay County, it was not an easy engagement. And it took very strong teamwork from my end to engage. And it also took sobriety. The way we packaged our message and conversation was a way beyond, you could not engage us by conflicts. I also want to condemn the Linda Wananchi team. Why do you? It is evident. It is on your TV archives. You can get also on social media prints. One, Honorable Karoli Omondi saying in Sindo that sasa tumemaliza na watu wa Sindo, sasa tuende Homa Bay town, tuende tupigane na hawa watu. You get me? That is, why are you psyching and charging the communities around you towards what? To achieve what? So such kind of bad practices. It is also reported, Orengo, at some point, let's respect women leaders. How do you? We saw the other day Nuru Okanga, one gentleman called Nuru Okanga, talking about how he wants to lay the governor for Homa Bay. That is very disrespectful. We saw Orengo say unprintable words there the first time he came to Homa Bay. I want to condemn the two teams, and I want to tell them, Kenya and Homa Bay is bigger than political parties. It is bigger than political players.
Do what many would say legacy politicians look at Kenya being greater than individuals? Or do they think Kenya is greater than them?
I think, and the best show that people have so much disregard for what Kenya becomes is what happened in Homa Bay. Because my good friend has mentioned a very important word, organizing of goons against a rival political camp. So that means that, however, it doesn't matter how Linda Mwananchi was going to conduct themselves. Even if they came in robes, lifting Bibles up, the organization was that met violence against them. As we speak today, my good friend, the women rep aspirant for Bungoma County, she's called Agneta Mwangale. She escaped death by a whisker. It is because she's fast on her feet that today she can wake up and post good morning on her socials. Were it not for her brisk feet, she will be lying dead today. Why? Because their vehicle was stopped, the tires were deflated, and the driver of that vehicle has no one leg. It was chopped off by an axe. Now you can imagine the inhumane character of the people who are doing that thing. My other friend, Abi Zuena, escaped death because she showed them a photo that she took with Raila Odinga. She was telling them, I have supported Raila Odinga all my life. I come from Nakuru. I was hated at home because of my support for Baba. I cannot die in Homa Bay, where Baba comes from. So they asked her to produce the photo. She produced the photo, but again, she wasn't let go. Even after showing the photo, they were demanding money. Her driver will never walk on his 2 feet again. Today, Agneta Mwangale, the women rep aspirant from Bungoma, is lying in hospital with panga injuries on her back and her legs.
Same for Lamu women rep.
Yes. So the Lamu woman rep has a very big dent on her head. These people...
Women aspirant.
Yes, women aspirant. So, look at what happened. This is because of organization, that people were defending their turf. The analogy he gave first, that you can chase a dog, but when it gets to their door, it turns back. So I wonder which dog was being chased, because we are in a democracy.
Let me ask you, Simeo.
Yes.
Personally, I will not support my brother, breaking the law. Whether we belong to this school of thought, same political party, same biological mother. I respect the rule of law, and I love people who respect the rule of law. Human life is unnegotiable. And I want you to tell me, the IBC controls campaigns. Why do you bring? I strongly believe that every political player has a right, and every Kenyan, to go anywhere. What was the real motive of coming to Homa Bay?
What was the motive of going to Kitengela? What was the motive of going to Taita Taveta? What was the motive of going to Mombasa? Why should Homa Bay be any different?
I want my brother here too.
So what is the motive? It means you are telling us that the motive of the Linda Mwananchi going to Homa Bay was to cause violence.
Can we interrogate and also speak?
I am interrogating.
Would that be a possibility?
No, I am interrogating.
I think what we need to do here, is to be very careful not to go down the slippery slope of justifying
what happened,
the horror that we saw in Homa Bay. There is nothing that will justify that behavior. So when we talk about an intent to go so that violence could be meted upon people, I think we must be very careful, because it gets us to the place where we'll be getting into a stickier state than we already are in. So let us set that foundation before we go in that direction, because people died, people were maimed, people will never get over what happened in Homa Bay. So I'd like to take that argument and toss it out the window.
This has been peddled.
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
This has been peddled as categorizing of one community being violent.
Yep.
And that's the narrative that is being pushed, that some people out there are labeling a community as a violent community. If there is any labeling being made, then it is self-labeling, because the violence was not caused by people from outside. We have even faces of the people who are suspected as goons. This is an area that has the chairman of a party called ODM. This is an area, you represent UDA in that whole county. This is an area that before the rally happened, I saw someone saying that Gachagua has collected goons from Githurai going to Homa Bay. I do not think in any sensible manner you can collect people from a place like Githurai and take them to a far-flung place like Homa Bay to cause violence. Can you go and cause violence in a place where you can't even know the road to escape? What we know, and this must be said very categorically, and I have seen some people tell us that we should ask Iwanga and Kaluma to apologize. We are not asking them to apologize. If they think apology is not important, let them not make it. But what I know about life is that we pay for our actions in full measure when we are on this world.
Yep.
We will pay before. What died when he was just 2 kgs, he was paying for what he did. And there is a story that was given by Gachagua the other day about the former PS, Hezekiah Oyugi, who had been used by Moi to make violence even against his own people. But when he died, there is only one person from government who attended his burial. He was called Chief Inspector Opio. Chief Inspector Opio was the master of torture for Moi at Nyayo Chambers. When he attended the burial of PS Oyugi, he was excommunicated from his job. He was fired because he had served his purpose. I see the same thing happening. What I want to condemn, and I have seen Linda Mwanainchi saying they want to go back to Homa Bay. I would urge them to go back and show those people that what they did is wrong. The goons I'm seeing here, this face called Kasim Abdi, is linked to the governor of Homa Bay. If the governor of Homa Bay wants to...
Can you also talk about the goon linked to Linda Wananchi?
Which one?
The one from the said Olivetti and the team.
Olivetti?
Yeah, can you also mention? You know, we must...
So Olivetti did what?
We must balance.
No. Olivetti did what?
If we are calling out...
No, tell me...
If we are... But
what did he do? Because we can say what Kasim did.
Most of his team but you never saw him.
No. We can say what Abdi did. What did Olivetti do? I
want us, Simiyu, to be realistic. When we want to be honest, this is a serious
can we get one victim saying that he was harmed by Olivetti?
We must first accept that what is happening.
Ken, what did he do?
Okay. What did Olivetti do?
Number two, when we condemn this, we must condemn all the players.
So
when we condemn Abdi,
and another question,
whatever Abdi did was wrong.
Excuse me,
we must also
let me say when did Olivetti become a
goon? The team did is equally very wrong.
Gentlemen.
No. When did Olivetti become a goon?
Gentlemen.
Because he worked for Ruto in 2022.
Okay, this is now me talking, and this is what we're going to do. Ken, you've brought out an allegation about another individual. What did he do? And let's answer that question directly, because we don't have time to beat around the bush.
What did
the gentleman that you bring
and what
up,
did?
What did he do? I'm asking about the one you have brought up.
Yeah, it seems that you have something against him.
What I want us to do?
No.
You know, I came here knowing very well.
I've asked you a question.
Knowing very well that this platform is very...
I'm going to switch it off again, and I'm going to ask a question. You brought up an individual, and if you're not going to be able to tell us what he did, let's move on to the next question. Aseto?
Yeah. Let's not talk about Olivetti and everything else, or Kasim. I have a question.
Yes, please.
As we look at what happened in Homa Bay, that has been condemned. The individual, say, Opondo Kaluma belongs to broad-based government. One would have hoped that broad-based, him belonging to broad-based government, which is the party, or rather the formation where the president belongs, and the president being the chair of the National Security Council, some action would have moved. We've not had anything coming from broad-based. We've not had anything coming from the security agencies in the country. Should Kenyans be concerned that this is being allowed to just slide?
That is why I would go back a bit. There's no lesser child. Every child is important. Every crime there's no lesser crime. Crimes that involve taking the life of any citizen is a capital offense. I mentioned earlier that I will not support, whether you belong to UDA, whether you belong to Broadbase, whether you belong to Kenya Kwanza. Any player who would come to Homa Bay and take life, whether you are a member of Kenya Kwanza, a member of Broadbase, or a member of Linda Wananchi, this is unacceptable.
All right.
And I want us to strongly condemn all these players. You understand? Every action, heinous action that takes lives of any citizen, we must jointly condemn this.
But I've asked a simple question. Should Kenyans be concerned that security agencies, and why I'm bringing in security is because the president is the chair of the National Security Council.
Perfect.
And we look at statements that were made by an individual from broad-based government. Broad-based has not spoken.
Yes.
Why is it taking so long on a matter of national interest and national security? That's my question.
Why was what? Who has taken long? Broadbase.
Security.
The leader of Broadbase.
But the DCI, only one of the players, Olivetti, surrendered himself. The matter is being under investigation. The DCI had sanctioned the surrender and arrest of one Abdi in Homa Bay. What else do we want? And there are a number of people who even before, there are a number of goons, hold on. There are a number of goons even before the real rally happened. A number of goons were arrested that morning and the previous night. That shows you that the government and the security agencies are at least doing something.
At least.
Okay. Joachim, I think even as you respond to that, another question that one would ask, in the morning of this rally, roads are blocked. Homa Bay County has county commander, has county commissioner, has OCPDs, OCS to different jurisdictions. Why weren't there police to ensure there was law and order? Because they knew the individuals were coming.
My dad taught me one thing. That when you listen to someone, there are things called revealing statements. And a revealing statement that tells us why we did not have enough police to thwart this kind of inhuman behavior is the word organizing. Because in organizing terror, you need to create room for terror to happen. And how do you create room for terror to happen? To make sure that anything that can stop terror is not available. And in this case, it's police. So when I speak against violence, some people might think I'm speaking against the people, in this case, people of Homa Bay. But let me give you a case. There is a very big business person in Oyugis who has a Coca-Cola depot. Go and ask him how much he lost on that day because they broke into his depot, drank his soda for free, and vandalized the shop. The business community in Homa Bay on that day incurred a lot of losses. So when we condemn violence, it's also in their best interest that this violence does not happen for the safety of everyone. And so, as to the reason why we have not had statements from the president and every other person who we expect to have spoken against it, and my brother is saying it's unacceptable, we condemn. You see, it's a government. This is not a civil society organization where you make press conferences to condemn. This is a government that there should be a swift action towards real and perceived perpetrators. When you arrest Abdi, who is the author of this crime? Because Abdi is working on someone's instructions. And we are not going to just let Abdi be the one to pay the price. There is a paying hand because Abdi was working on a paycheck. Who is that person that provided it? When you look at the scale of violence, it was so monumental. You can't tell me the DCI office didn't know. I am told by even my friend who comes from, and we know him, both of us. I will tell you the name of the show. He was going to Homa Bay on that day in the morning. At 4 a.m., the roads were already barricaded. 4 a.m. in the morning, the day of the rally. And on that day, there was no law enforcement in Homa Bay. It's like government had been suspended.
I am the one who come from Homa Bay. I want to disagree strongly. That is misleading the nation.
So you were in Homa Bay on that day?
Hold on.
No, why are you in Homa Bay?
You don't know the constituencies of Homa Bay.
No, I know it. Who makes you think I don't know?
Tell you about Bungoma and
it's because you've not been there, but I know Homa Bay.
Now, hold on. My brother, my sister, the county commissioner of Homa Bay, Bwana Ronald, mobilized security strength beyond Homa Bay. The police officer who died comes from Moroni in Kisumu County. How did he end up? And he was in uniform. They immobilized enough security.
So why were the roads blocked if they did?
Hold on.
But they couldn't make it.
The stones on the road.
Hold on. If I can't land my point.
You have about 10 seconds, actually, because time is going.
Yes. Now, I want to encourage the Homa Bay County security team. You did your best by offering security to the Linda Wanda Inchi team. I also want to ask, did Linda Wanda Inchi team head to reach Homa Bay town at night? What was the motive of getting to Homa Bay town at night?
It's their time for anyone to go to Homa Bay.
There is a time frame for political engagements with the public. It is in the constitution.
It's 8 a.m. and I think obviously there's a lot to then continue to go through. But one thing that's very clear.
But I saw Ruto campaigning in Kiambu at 7 in the evening.
I've also seen Jimmy Wanjigi going to campaign and meeting Rigiji at night.
So and what is wrong with that?
Ken Bura,
if that's wrong, then call police.
Joachim and Simi, they weren't there, unfortunately. It's a conversation that we're having this morning. Clearly, there's a long way to go in some of these things. Thank you, both of you, for being here this morning. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua is calling on the IEBC to clarify its preparations for the 2027 general elections. Speaking at his Wamunyoro home in Nyeri County, Gachagua urged IEBC chairperson Erastus Ethekon to assure Kenyans that the polls will be held in line with the constitution amid concerns over political violence and calls for a postponement. He also called the Electoral Commission to engage political parties and other stakeholders on the progress made so far.
I want to tell Ethekon, the Constitution of Kenya is very clear that an election for the president and all other leaders must be held every 5 years. The first Tuesday in August of the 5th year. And that is 10th August 2027. The general election shall take place. What Ethekon must tell us is the level of preparedness. And we're asking him now to sit with everybody, including the opposition, and take us through the process and explain to us the level of preparedness so that we can interrogate the preparedness and make suggestions.
Gachagua said the 2027 election must go ahead and that President William Ruto will have to face voters at the ballot.
And there is no escape route, William Ruto. You must face the people of Kenya in the ballot. There is no escape route. Hata ukitoa fujo, hata ukileta gangs, hata ukilalamika, hata ukilia, hata ukienda Dubai na kurudi, the election must take place.
ODM leaders in Homa Bay County have condemned Sunday's violence during a visit by leaders of the Linda Mwananchi movement. County Deputy Chairman Richard Ogindo says the party stands for justice and democracy and has no role in political violence. Speaking to journalists in Homa Bay, Ogindo said the clashes were contrary to ODM's values.
It is with deep disappointment that I address you regarding those unfortunate events that unfolded over the weekend, events that sharply contrast with the ideals we hold dear as a social democratic party. Our sincere condolences to the families who lost their loved ones and a quick recovery to those who are nursing various degrees of injuries. Our county has long been a beacon of inclusivity and dialogue. We have a rich history of coming together, respecting one another's differences, and fostering a spirit of cooperation.
And a family in Homa Bay is demanding justice following the death of a mother of 4 during a violence at Linda Mwananchi rally on Sunday. Noreen Nalwanga, popularly known as Nya-Uganda, died while receiving treatment after she was hit by a car during the clashes. Several other people were injured. Her son Sly Stewart says the family was later informed that she had been hit by a vehicle.
Tulikuwa tu kwa nyumba tunawatch hiyo rally vile ilikuwa. Then kufikia kitu 6 hivi mama kasikia ati rumors kuna lootings zinafanyika huko hivyo tao, so alienda kuconfirm vitu zake. Ndio dakika kidogo nikapata news ati gari imemgonga.
Mimi kama Jack alinipigia simu kitu saa 12:30 akaniambia ati tao ni kubaya nikae kwa nyumba. Alafu ikifika saa 2 nikapigiwa simu ati amekufa. Nilishangaa sana.
The family is now seeking assistance to have a body transported to Uganda for burial.
The guy who came told us that at their family they have problems. If it is possible, we can take the body to Uganda. We say no problem, but we need an assistance.
Pia ni kama wamekwama, wako na shida, wanahitaji usaidizi. Walikuwa wamekuja kuhudhuria mazishi, lakini wamekutana na hayo yenye wamekuta. They have to carry the body back to Uganda, where the lady was born.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament,
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kitty, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you, and thank you for keeping it here. We continue with our conversations that even through the emotion, you must push through and have these conversations that are absolutely necessary. It's the 20th of August, and that means that tomorrow is the 21st. The wait is almost over. The English Premier League kicks off on the 21st, and that's tomorrow. And this season, you don't have to look anywhere else. The Standard Group has the exclusive rights to bring you the EPL. So catch all the action, all the drama, every match, every goal, and all the big moments across TV, radio, and digital. So whether you're a diehard fan or simply love the beautiful game, stay tuned. The EPL is here. The excitement starts now, and Churchill will tell us if he is following the slippery path of Dennis Aseto in his quest for football glory.
As the official winners already.
So I believe you are an Arsenal.
Oh,
I believe.
You guessed right. You believed right.
We are the attacking champions.
Oh, here we go.
There's a difference between defending champions. So we're no longer defending champions. So you're getting into attacking champions. It's in the sign-ups. So we are all ready for the next season.
For the attack.
For the attack.
The only thing that I am going to say is that stay tuned to Waweru FM and Radio Maisha so you can get all those updates of the, what did you call them now again?
Attacking champions.
Attacking champions.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Karibu sana, and that's our way of welcoming you. Thank you for being in the room this morning. We're going to be looking at Kenya's debt crisis because it is a crisis. It's a problem. It's a big one. So let's get into the nitty-gritty of it this hour and say, okay, what exactly is Kenya in at the moment? Before we do that, Dennis has taken us to Mauritius this week.
Yes.
And it's not on holiday, unfortunately.
A few things about Mauritius. Their population is 1.3 million. It is an island country. So that means there are white sandy beaches. Tourism is huge in the country. Manufacturing as well, as it's considered a financial hub in the continent. Now, one sad thing about it is the only home to a now extinct bird called the dodo bird. And in the 1600s, we hunted humans, that is, the people of Mauritius, they hunted it and finished it. So today you want to talk about dodo, you can see it in pictures or in documented evidence that it once existed. Now, the problem we get from Mauritius, when a hyena plans to eat its own children, it accuses them of smelling like goats. How would you interpret it?
When a hyena plans to eat its own children,
yes,
it accuses them of smelling like goats.
Yes.
So to me, it's if you want to turn against somebody, you just, or people who are vengeful, they'll just find a reason to be able to go all out against that other person. It may not be Arsenal. We are good people. We are the champions. So we are trying to defend our territory, but for the other people, they may just come up with all manner of excuses to be either vengeful or to go against the other person. I think that's my simplified interpretation of that proverb from Mauritius.
All they need is a reason. Well said.
Kenya's in a debt crisis. What informs a crisis, first of all, before we see now how we got there?
Well, if you look at it from the lens that we are facing a debt crisis, I think it boils down to the stock of public debt that we have, which is right about 13 trillion as of June. So that was as at the end of the last financial year, 13 trillion Kenya shillings. So that's also converting the external loans into the Kenya shillings equivalent. So you have the 13 trillion shillings. So it's split equally between the foreign denominated loans or debt and now the local currency denominated debt, 13 trillion. But now we have to continually service the debt. So we've got this 13 trillion, but we need to continually repay the debt, be it interest payments and also now paying off the debt. So from that perspective, looking at even the numbers, we are at close to 1.6 trillion in the current financial year's budget in terms of servicing the debt, in terms of the interest payments and also now the debt redemptions, no paying off the debts that are maturing. So I think from that lens, probably we may say that we have close to 25% of the overall budget going towards paying off the debt. There could be a scope of now reducing it, but now we have it at this point, 25% of the revenue of the total debt, total budget, now comprising of debt payments, interest payments, and also the redemptions for the debt. So to your question, I don't know whether that constitutes as a crisis, but if I may portray it that way, that's significant. We have a higher debt stock which needs to be serviced, but now as we service the debt, so it means that also a portion of the other expenditure items which are quite priority are now sort of pushed further.
So when you say higher debt stock, higher as compared to what? Higher debt stock to revenue and development, or what?
So different ways of looking at it.
Okay.
So higher in the sense that if you look at the debt stock at 13 trillion against a GDP of around 18 trillion thereabout, so it's around 70% of GDP, which is quite high, considering that at some point you're at around 50% of debt to GDP ratio. So that's the relative high. We can also compare it in terms of the servicing of the debt. So the payments that we have, the interest payments as a component of revenue, that's right about 33%. The interest payments both on the foreign debt and the local currency debt as a percentage of revenue. And by revenue, this is now the ordinary revenue, tax revenue, and the non-tax revenue. So it's around 33%. But if there's another way of looking at it, if you compare what is normally tabulated on a monthly basis by the, Kenya Gazette issues, so right about the second or the third Fridays, there's this specific issue from Kenya Gazette, which tracks what was the disbursements in the income the previous month, and also the payments expenditure, recurrent expenditure, development expenditure, and also part of it is now the public debt payments. So if you look at it from that, it's quite scary. The numbers are something around 70% of public debt, but that is interest payment and redemptions as a percentage of the revenue. So that's where it's a bit scary if you look at it that way. But the standard, if you look at different countries, they typically look at it, the interest payment as a percentage of the revenue, which is around 33%, which, well, may not paint the whole picture, but is still quite elevated.
I mean, we will talk about debt from the trillion shillings. We would look at it in terms of what is maturing, interest that we do have, big numbers, right? But while at that, like even the reports that you talk about that are published every monthly, one asks the question, what has been the trend? What does it indicate? And with the indications that we see then, how is the debt that we have and the payments that we must do, because that is the first charge for government, right? What does that do to would-be critical services that then must be offered to the people, to Kenyans who are giving their funds, who are pretty much funding government?
Yeah, for sure. As you've correctly pointed out, that payment of public debt, servicing of public debt is a first charge under our constitution, that we have to pay the debt first and foremost before we think about the other items on the budget. And some of them are considered priority items, and what we call the if you look at the division of revenue bill, it prioritizes some of these expenditure items that after you've settled the public debt, now you have to go to those payments. So looking at it this way, that close to 70% of the ordinary revenue, this is now tax revenue and the non-tax revenue, ignoring the AIA. So AIA is now this revenue that is generated by the ministries, parastatals, ministries, state departments and agencies, and then they are spent. They are not taken to the consolidated fund, so they are spent at source. That's what you call appropriation in aid.
Appropriation in aid. What kind of revenues are the levies, counties,
road maintenance levy,
fuel levy,
petroleum. Yeah, exactly. So those levies are generated and they are not sent to the consolidated fund. So they are spent at source. But now what you consider the ordinary revenue, the revenue, be it non-tax revenue, investment income, dividend income, or the tax revenue collectively, which having been collected, they are deposited in the consolidated fund, and from there is where the servicing of debt first and foremost has to be done. And whatever remains is now goes into the priority sector items, such as I think security agencies, partly education sector, the health sector, and then the balance is now where the additional borrowing comes from. So if you look at the division of revenue, we have close to close to 2.9 trillion that is supposed to be equally disbursed between the national government and the counties. Counties is 428 billion in the current financial year. So everything else that is not able to be disbursed from this 2.9 trillion is now where borrowing comes from. Yeah.
Okay. I want to look at two of the things that you've mentioned: foreign-dominated debt, and local denominated debt. Essentially, local denominated debt is that which is taken from local banks and local institutions.
Yes.
Foreign and in local currency.
Local currency.
Now, the foreign debt is the money that is borrowed in obviously foreign currency, USD, for the most part.
Yeah.
Which of these two is the problem?
Which, well, it's that's quite a loaded question. So there's no straight answer that this is the this is the most problematic. But if you look at the domestic debt is considered commercial. The borrowing in domestic debt is considered commercial in commercial terms, where that means that if the government comes to the market or to borrow treasury bills on a weekly basis, the target is 28 billion on a weekly basis, and then on a monthly basis could be anything. Last week, the government was targeting 150 billion from the infrastructure bonds. The demand that came, or the interest that the demand from investors towards this auction was around 460 billion, and then they accepted 312 billion. So at market rates already, but though the coupon rates had already been determined. By coupon rate is now the interest that the government will be paying on this debt in any given year. So that is in commercial terms, if you look at it, the domestic debt. So depending on the prevailing circumstances, the coupon rate or the interest on this debt could be high or it could be low. In February 2024, the government issued an infrastructure bond at an interest rate of 18.5%, which is staggeringly high. In other months, we've seen 11%. Treasury bills right now are at 8% to 10, between 8% to 10%. 1.5 years ago, we were talking about 15%, 16%. So it has come low. So these are determined by the prevailing market conditions at that point. So
in Kenya?
In Kenya.
Okay.
In Kenya. If we now turn our attention to the external debt, there are three components to this. So the first is now the multilateral external debt. By multilateral is now Kenya borrowing from multilateral institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, Africa Development Bank. So those are called multilateral institutions. And then we also have bilateral loans or bilateral debt. This is now Kenya borrowing from other countries, be it China, be it US, be it France, whichever, but on a country-to-country basis. So you find that this kind of loans, they tend to be semi-concessional or concessional. So concessional could be the fact that now once you get a loan, you don't immediately repay it back. There's like a grace period, be it 5 years, 10 years. And then you find that even the term of the loan or the term of the debt is quite long. It gives the government even some breathing space to be able to repay it back over a long, extended period of time. So that's the concessional terms. We also have semi-concessional terms, which is somewhere in the not the 30 years, 40-year loan, but probably like 10 years loan, but slightly expensive. So you find that this, be it semi-concessional or the concessional loans, you find that they are kind of the interest, because on the external debt is quite low, say 5% on the foreign currency. So it could be 5% on the dollar, 6% on whichever currency it is, external currency. And then we have now an equivalent of our local borrowing in commercial terms. Now we also have external commercial borrowing. That's where the Eurobonds come in, the syndicated loans comes in. So those tends to be anything as we've seen 8%, 9% thereabout. Now the interest that we get. So if you look at it broadly, you find that collectively the payments, the interest on external debt, because of the component of concessional terms, semi-concessional terms, some of them have zero interest payments, zero interest costs on them. And then you also look at the commercial loans, which are quite high. So if you combine them, you find that the servicing of foreign loans is relatively low. So the split between interest that goes to foreign loans and the interest that goes to domestic loan, you find that is roughly 70 to 80% payment on the local loans, local debt, whereas the balance now is on external debt.
And the local debt is more expensive. And can we say that the local debt actually gobbles up a lot of what could be left available for the private sector to then inject into, that would essentially boost the economy?
Yeah, to a relatively, you can say that that's what you call crowding out effect, where that when the government comes to borrow from the market domestically, and you find that a number of the participants that come in are banks coming in to lend to the government. So it means that they don't have the resources to be able to lend to the riskier segment of the economy, the real sector. So because of that, so we don't have the monies that should be or lending by banks to the private sector is somewhat stifled, because it's easy now to lend to the government. But that said, let me just sort of paint a picture of the recent developments. We've seen that even the central bank, there's been some measures from the central bank. They have reduced the benchmark lending rate. And a result of that, and all the banks are somehow towing the line in the sense that we've seen the efforts of pivoting to what we call the risk-based credit lending. And the fact that now, as the CBK is reducing its lending rate, all the banks' lending rate similarly follow what we call the transmission mechanism has really improved because of that. And because of that, you've seen that even the lending to the private sector has greatly increased, despite the fact that even the government is coming to the market, raising 312 billion, as was the case last week. But still, we are seeing that there's still that vibrant lending to the private sector because of the efforts that have been done so far. As the start of last year, lending to the private sector was in negative. So that means that if you compared the total credit that has been lent out by banks in January 2025 vis-a-vis where it was in January 2024, it was a contraction, I think 2%. But right now, if you compare the stock of credit to the private sector as of June, July, thereabout, compared to where the levels they were a year ago, is now in double digits. So that's a good thing, that despite all this, so somewhat you can say crowding out or effect, but you're still seeing that there's still vibrancy in the private sector.
I mean, if you think of debt as the first charge, and the government noting the same, the government has to come up with creative ways of raising enough funds to be able to meet their obligations. That would mean finding new ways of raising more taxes for them to be able to meet their obligation. Now, with that then, how does what is considered to be high debt affecting cost of living in the country and inflation, if that would be a question one asks?
The nexus between the high debt and inflation in the country.
Inflation and cost of living.
And cost of living. So something that you mentioned as I come to your question around the ability of the government sort of to pivot away from borrowing the debt and also raising the revenues here. You can see by and large, if you look at it, if you look at the numbers for the current financial year, that the intention was for the authorities to be able to raise taxes, or rather to generate taxes based on the targets that were there. So there was an increase of around 300 billion. The ordinary revenue target between what was there last financial year that ended in June, and the current financial year. But having seen the numbers that came out as of the end of last financial year, and we think that by and large it will be difficult for the authorities to be able to raise the revenue. So it's one thing to have a target, and it's another thing how the actual pans out, the outturn comes out in any given financial year. We've been seeing that there's some shortfalls, some revisions in the revenues here in there, year in, year out, in any given financial year. So that also means that even as this current financial year rolls by, it will be challenging for the authorities to be able to meet the revenue target. So we should expect some revisions in the target as we see the outturn actually coming out. So the question around the debt that we have and the cost of living. So these are, let me just sort of disaggregate it. So the cost of living speaks about inflation, but the inflation, there are two facets to it. There's the costs or the costs getting higher. Look at 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 5 months ago, when the US-Iran war blew up, and the cost of fuel jumped because of this crisis that panned out. And because of that, it filtered into the Kenyan economy because we import the oil, but the oil prices had gone higher, and oil drives everything. So because of that, you find that there's a cost of living crisis that has to be tackled, but which was coming from external factors. Yeah. This is a cost issue. On the other side, we could see that some of the inflationary components are demand factors, whereby Dennis and Nduh, they have some higher disposable income this year vis-a-vis how it was last year. I hope that's the truth. I really hope. And then because of that, and because of that, so there's this demand of commodities, buying commodities, and then the prices of those commodities goes higher
because of demand.
Because of that, but that one we haven't seen that filtering in the economy, in the sense that ideally, if that was the case, what you call the core inflation. Core inflation is now, they are not those volatile components, be it on the food side, be it on the fuel. These are now the core, which could ideally be driven by demand or higher disposable income. But that is not the case. So I find that our inflation largely has been driven from a cost side as opposed to the demand side. And because of that, we've seen that even the government coming in to address those issues, the halving of the VAT, because VAT is also an input on the eventual pump price, reduced it from 16% to 8%. So that is a reduction in terms of the revenue that the government is getting. And that meant that even we saw a supplementary tool that was brought sometime towards the end of the last financial year as a result of those factors. So because of that, you find that even there were some revisions in the borrowing, because this crisis has happened. US-Iran war has flared up, and because of that, now they had to address the situation. So they reduced the VAT on fuel. Initially it was for 3 months, and now has been extended for another 3 months till October. And remember, we are getting into an electioneering period.
So we're already there.
We're already there.
Yeah.
So it means that even the odds of that being lifted, I don't think it might be lifted.
So am I hearing you say that the halving of VAT is actually a problem and not a solution? So it could be a solution in the micro, whereby you're saying if you halve the VAT on fuel and fuel products, that what you do is that you make it a little bit easier for the Kenyan at the micro level. But when you look at the economy on a broader scale, that the economy actually takes a hit when you say that your revenue has reduced. So there's certain things that you're not able to do. Service debt, pursue development. Is that what you're saying?
Partly, in the sense that was just one part of the story. But also before that, the economy was not faring as per the expectations. The assumptions that underpinned the revenue projections, the fact that now we are not able to meet the revenue projections that was there in the last financial year, just speaks to an overall fragile economic environment.
You're such an economist, Churchill. Can you say that the economy was doing badly? I can see you struggling. I can see you really struggling.
Fragile economic environment.
So we've learned something new even as we take a break.
It's fragile.
That the economy is fragile, and what else did you say?
Fragile economic environment.
That we are operating in a fragile economic environment. That's what we're going to call it now.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to come back after this break, and then maybe you can let us know if the country, how the education sector told us just recently that they actually don't know the unit cost of education for a child from the time that they are 3-4 when they get into school until they are about to enter into university. Does Kenya know its debt stock, what it was for each? And can we pin a project, because we know why you can borrow in Kenya? Can you pin a project to the money? We'll come back and discuss with Churchill Ogutu when we come back from this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, there's traffic in the city this morning and it's coming into the CBD, real heavy. Also on North Airport Road, coming in from Embakasi, we've got some traffic there, and outbound on Mombasa Road out towards the airport is slow this morning right about now. Also, look on the western side of the city, and traffic coming in from Wayaki Way is starting to build. We also have some traffic inbound from Lower Kabete Spring Valley, but nothing too worrisome at the moment. Right around the Pangani underpass, traffic is moving very slowly. It'll get through the tunnel and you should be okay. And then we see traffic on Landis Road heading towards Haile Selassie and then into the city, so it's going to clog up the city for now. Let's see what happens by the time we come out of traffic hour. We'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Ebola virus disease is a severe and often deadly illness. With outbreaks reported in neighboring countries, we all need to stay alert. Ebola spreads through direct contact with the body fluids of an infected person or by touching contaminated clothing, bedding, utensils, needles, and other surfaces. It can also spread through contact with the body of someone who has died from Ebola. Watch out for symptoms such as fever, severe headache, muscle pain, diarrhea, vomiting, or unexplained bleeding. If you or someone you know develops these symptoms, especially after traveling to affected countries, immediately self-isolate and call 719 or seek medical care. Protect yourself by washing your hands regularly with soap and running water or using a 70% alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid contact with bodily fluids like vomiters, diarrhea at cough, a suspected or infected Ebola patient. If caring for a suspected case, wear appropriate protective equipment and call healthcare providers immediately for assistance. Avoid travel to areas experiencing Ebola outbreaks. If you have traveled recently from an affected area, monitor your health for 21 days and report any symptoms immediately. Avoid eating or handling bushmeat from live or dead wild animals such as bats, monkeys, antelopes, and porcupines. Remember, people affected by Ebola deserve compassion and care, not stigma. Stop spreading rumors and always rely on verified information from the Ministry of Health. For more information, dial *719#, call 719, chat with Jali on WhatsApp at 0700-719-719 or visit www.health.go.ke. Stay informed, stay safe. Together, we can stop Ebola. This message is brought to you from the Ministry of Health, KNPHI, and partners.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're looking into Kenya's debt crisis. I think we've established so far that there is a problem, and a big one, whereby if 13 trillion to 18 trillion gives you about 70% is what you're paying in debt, it was your first charge, that's what you're paying. So then the questions come in that where then do you have wiggle room for development, which is a big issue for, what did that guy who frowns a lot call Kenya? Middle income economy, lower middle income something? Moody said Kenya is now middle income, isn't it? So that for a middle income economy, your development index must be on the rise. Professor Hino the other day told Kenya, first deal with corruption, but at the same time, look at the indicators that if you want to get to a particular place, that you're going to have to be growing at 10% every year, not 10% this year, maybe we do 7% next year. You're going to have to be growing at 10% every year for the next 35 years in order to reach any kind of status. Can all of these things happen in the same space where you have this big debt? And if you do, should we not be able to point very clearly to the things that brought about this debt in the first place? Because we know the two incidences in which Kenya can borrow, according to the Constitution, the bigger one here being for development. Should we not be able to see for each shilling that has been borrowed, this is the project that it went to, speaking also to a public debt register?
Wow, quite litany of questions that you've thrown at me. Let me take a dig at them. So the issue is growth, ultimately, the 10% growth. And this is also the growth that was envisaged under the current Vision 2030, that each and every year we need to be growing at a real GDP growth rate of 10%. By that I mean we have, say, this economy at 18%. So 18%, that is now what you call the nominal GDP. That's the overall GDP as it is, the market pricing. But we tend now to look at 18 trillion in 2026. And then we have a base year, 2016 thereabout. So 18 trillion in 2026. What was its equivalent GDP in 2016? And that's what is normally used for comparison and for generating what we call real GDP numbers. But ultimately, we need to be at least 10%. That was the Vision 2030. So the prof who spoke, or this Vision 2060 is still a guideline. We don't have the estimates. We don't have solid numbers at this point. But if you can take that as a guide, it's still that we are still retaining the 10% real GDP numbers that we had for the current, in Vision 2030, sort of retaining it even going forward. But what does that mean? It means that if you look at it, if you can grow a nominal, so real GDP, and then you add the inflation, gives you a nominal GDP. That's just a good thumb of rule for you to get nominal GDP growth. So for us, 18%, so probably we need to grow at 15% in nominal GDP growth year in, year out to be able to generate 10% real GDP growth.
And what is it right now?
Right now it's around 8%. It's been coming lower. At some point, 2-3 years ago, it was 12%, but it is grinding lower in nominal GDP terms. But that, if you can be able to generate at least 15% nominal GDP growth, just rough numbers, 10% real GDP, and then the 5% inflation, which is the target, at least it can comfortably, you can now be able to comfortably grow your economy. And also at the same time, remember that there's the revenue numbers are pegged on nominal GDP growth. So if you can grow 15% nominal, so that means that even your revenue is growing at that rate, nominal 15% growth rate, as opposed to the 10% real GDP. So that means that you cannot be able to achieve fiscal consolidation because your tax revenue is growing, your non-tax revenue is growing. A bit of this appropriation in aid revenue is also growing because the nominal GDP numbers are quite good. So you can lean away from the debt issue. The other aspect that you asked was touching on whether we can pin any project that has been funded by debt. So if we'd asked this question 50 years ago, that could have been possible because then we had largely the multilateral debt, the World Banks coming in to finance the projects. So the loans were specific, were targeted. Some of these housing projects that were done in Islands, they were from debt, not from tax revenue. The roads that have been built, in fact, I was home the other day, my home county is here, county. So I was being shown that one of the major roads that plies between Kisumu all the way to Busia is a road that was built in 1950s. So if we can go to external debt register that was there even 10 years, you can be able to see that project because these projects were being financed for long term, 40, 50 years. So there's a higher chance that I can be able to pinpoint that project within the external debt register 10 years, 20 years ago. So, but right now, because of the mix of, we have the domestic debt, which is not pegged to specific projects. So the combination of debt accumulation has now we've moved away from the multilateral financing that was there 40, 50 years ago. And now we've onboarded also we have the domestic borrowing, treasury bills, treasury bonds. We also do have the Euro bonds. We also have, within the multilateral financing, we have what we call budget support. the IMF financing, the World Bank, what you call development policy operation, they are not pegged to specific projects as such or something that you can now be able to see, but these are now conditions that the government needs to meet before financing.
What is budgetary support? It sounds to me like you made your budget and you told everybody about it, but you don't have enough money to finance the budget. So 90 days towards the end of the financial year, you knock on the door of the IMF and you say, will you support our budget? And then they give you some billions, and then you say you're able to, because that's what it goes to, isn't it, Churchill? It goes to paying overheads. It goes to paying salaries. Because we saw it just the other day, where Treasury is asking to buddy up with IMF once again to say, hey, can we have a further conversation? Because we kind of need help. We're not going to be able to meet the budget shortfall, which is one of the instances in which Kenya can borrow. The other, we know, is for development. So is budgetary support saying, can't meet how much I need to pay salaries? Is that what it is?
So it's, how can I explain it? So it's, and just to correct you, some of this, the budget support, you can't just come with it like in 90 days timeline. It's something that you've already planned. It's just that, for instance, the IMF program that we entered from 2021, that was to lapse last year in March 2025. So the thing is, you don't get the $4 billion tranche at once. So every 6 months, there's some reviews that happens between the government and the IMF. And based on the reviews at that point, now they are able to disburse some of the payments, some of the disbursements, or they are able to make the disbursements pegged on completion of some of the set reviews. So,
but what is the money for? What does it? This is what I'm asking. So, what does it go to fund?
So for that, it's now part of the budget. Just to answer you, so it's now for the budget. So it doesn't go to a specific project. So it's part of. We have this 3 trillion budget, 4 trillion budget. We have this 3 trillion revenues, and then the balance is now financing. So it gets into the budget. So it does, but it gets into the budget as any other loan. It's just that here we don't have a specific project that is tied to that. So it's just, okay, it's money that is coming in at least to relieve Treasury from now coming to borrow that money from domestic sources, because as was the case even last year, when we are not able to complete the IMF program, when we are not able to get the World Bank DPO that was expected in last year ending June 2025. So the government now had to lean on borrowing from the domestic because they are not able to get this planned budget support from multilateral sources. It's just that now the money is not tied to any project, any specific project.
I mean, Churchill, one would ask a simple question: how is Kenya's economy doing? Because some of the indicators of an economy that is vibrant is when the locals, when taxpayers have disposable income, because disposable incomes means that people have the money to be able to spend, which would then even support revenue in terms of government raising revenue for other business. So when you look at a country where disposable income is next to zero, what does that tell of that economy? Because even as we talk about Kenya's economy doing better, manufacturing has to be a conversation that is there. Industrialization has to be a conversation that is there. And value addition, because Kenya is considered to be an agricultural, a heavy country. But are we adding value to our products that we are selling at a premium and being able to then help raise revenue?
Okay, so how is the economy? I think it's a mixed bag. In the sense, if you look at the different macroeconomic variables, our GDP around 5% first quarter, inflation is not staggeringly higher. It hasn't even surpassed the upper target of 7.5%. So even despite the risk that played out US-Iran war, we haven't seen inflation flaring higher or higher than the 7.5%. That is the policy target. So inflation, GDP numbers, those numbers are as it is. But if you now get into the weeds in terms of the disposable income, because ultimately people are comparing, I don't have money this year. That's what the common mwananchi on the ground assesses how the economy is doing. And you've seen even from the statistics that has been given. So if you look at the GDP, what you described is now on the production side. In terms of, okay, we are producing the value add. So that's on the production side, because GDP actually means growth domestic production product. So on the production side of things. But you can flip it and look at it from an expenditure side and also an income side. Because the expenditure side speaks to, yes, there's production by the different sectors, be it agriculture, what they're producing, the industrial, the manufacturing, construction, the services, the ICT, finance. So all that is now on the production, the supply side. But the demand side is now how people are now spending their money on, what they're spending their money on. So that there are different components to that. We have now investments, because for you to be able to produce, you have to invest. If you're a manufacturer, if you're a business, if you're setting up a farm, so you have that component of investments. But largely we have what you call private consumption, what the private sector is consuming the goods. There's another element of government spending, consuming. The government is the largest consumer. But by and large, the biggest driver of the economic activities and what speaks to the person on the ground is the private consumption. And you've seen even the growth of private consumption coming lower. I think to 2022, 2021, 2022, thereabout, it was around 12% growth in terms of how the private consumption had grown. But if you look at the numbers that was presented in the economic survey, it had come lower to around 9%, 8%. So that means that even that consumption power is not as strong as it was. And also, if you look at it, that's on the expenditure side. If you look at it on the income side is now the profits by businesses. If you look at it, also the income, the wages that people are getting, which is significantly a significant aspect of the income. We've seen that also that income is not growing as fast as it used to go. So that speaks to the disposable income having been eroded. And because of that, yes, the economy is growing, but ideally should be growing at a faster rate than it is growing because of people are not spending more. And why are people not spending more? It's because the income is not as high as it used to be. Obviously, we've seen for the formerly employed people, the statutory deductions that have come in, the affordable housing levy that came in, the higher NSSF contributions, the shift from NHIF to SHA. So that speaks to a lower disposable income.
You look at government statistics, and at the macro level, the economy is really good. But at the micro, iko shida. What does that tell overall to an economy? Because at the micro level is where majority of taxpayers are.
Well, it speaks of an economy that is heavily geared towards capitalism, or favoring people with capital as opposed to people who are supplying the labor. Because if you look at the factors of GDP, there's labor, there's now the capital, there's now the combination of both technology. But now for an economy such as Kenya, and speaking directly to your question, that the person on the common mwananchi is not feeling the effects of this GDP, it speaks now to the labor component of that. So the economy, yes, is growing, but the people who are benefiting the most are the people who have the capital. So as and when, and also the discourse right now, if you hear the rhetoric that is starting to gain traction, even as you speak about Vision 2060, even hearing the politicians who are starting their campaigns, it's all about the jobs, and also the money in their pocket. So by and large, that is how that is what will be playing largely, but now it speaks to how can the economy be tweaked in a way that now there's ample ample money, or there's money in people's pockets. Yeah.
The Treasury CS, John Buddy, the other day noted that Kenyans are imbibing in refreshments, and that is pointing directly to a growing economy. Noting that, I guess it is a luxury. So if you are drinking a soft drink, then that would point to the economy having grown. You laugh. Do you not agree?
Well, we've had some hilarious versions of that. I think there's another one. It's is it the miniskirt theory or the Big Mac theory? The bigger if you go to in the US economy largely, the bigger the pie that you get, McDonald's is an indicator of how the economy is growing. So I will take it from a hilarious stance where the CS was coming from, because that's not an indicator of how people are. Of how the economy is doing.
Really?
Because we've had various funny indications of how the economy is doing. So I will lump it as one of those rather than as a really serious indicator. So I think it was just a light-hearted moment from the CS. I'm not speaking on his behalf, but I will just sort of lump it as any of those.
You can say you hope that he was joking. It's really okay,
because you see, cabinet secretary one would assume that is government position. For the position that he holds. No?
Yeah. But anyway, I think it was just on a lighter note. There are so many factors that we could see, but it may not just be because the economy is doing, and now people are imbibing soft drinks. There's so many factors to it that we can pin down to an economic growth. So I'll just take it as it was, just one light-hearted moment from the CS.
In a few seconds, generally, how is Kenya's economy?
In a few seconds, I think it should be better than it is doing right now.
How is it now?
Right now, from the statistics, because we have to look at the statistics, it's and on a relative basis, if you compare with other countries, you can say that it's a fast-growing economy. Faster growing economy. It's not that a Kenyan phenomena, it's an East Africa phenomena. This East Africa region tends to be one of the fastest growing economies, regions, not only in Africa, but also in the world. So it's not just a Kenyan phenomena, but because it speaks of the diversified, we don't have some of the shocks that we've seen in other parts of the continent. Other places such as South Africa, if you compare, there's a bit of some structural issues that has sort of led to the anemic growth that is there. In other places in West Africa, there are those kind of leaning towards one sector, this is the oil sector. But in Kenya, East Africa, largely, we find that it's quite diversified. And as a result of that, so there's some resiliency, but more needs to be done so as to be able to ensure that the people get to feel this high economic growth that is reported in the headline numbers.
All right.
Churchill Agutu is the Capital A Investment Bank Head of Research and has joined us this morning as we talk about Kenya's debt crisis. He seems hopeful. Let's see. All right. Thank you for being here this morning, Churchill.
Thank you.
Our conversations continue. Good morning at 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. Education CS Julius Gamba has reiterated that schools cannot require learners to report before 7:15 a.m. Speaking in the National Assembly, Gamba said the Basic Education Regulations 2015 set 7:15 a.m. as the earliest reporting time, while classroom instructions runs from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The rule applies to both public and private day schools with co-curricular activities allowed until 4:45 p.m. The clarification comes amid concerns from parents and learners over early reporting times and ahead of the reopening of schools for the third term. The Ministry of Education has confirmed that schools will reopen on Monday next week for a 9-week term ending on 23rd October. The ministry has also maintained that national examinations and assessments will proceed as scheduled from 26th October. The Senate Energy Committee has raised concern over low electricity access in Nduh constituency, where only 15% of households are connected to the power grid. The committee made the revelation during a visit to the area, noting that several public institutions are also without electricity. The committee chairperson and Elgeyo Marakwet Senator William Kisang called for urgent measures to improve electricity access.
We came around as a committee to do inspection of last mile connectivity projects. We have visited several projects within, especially in Nduh constituency, courtesy of the Senate committee. It's unfortunate that what we have seen today, because we didn't expect that the level of connectivity in this particular county is this very low. In fact, when we had a report in the morning, we were told by next year, March, Homa Bay County will be at around 55% connectivity in terms of power connection. But Nduh, I don't think they'll even reach 30%. I think they're still very low. We will go back and engage as a committee. We'll engage also REREC, engage Kenya Power to see how they can allocate resources to do affirmative action for this particular sub-county.
Deputy Chairperson Beatrice Ogola has urged the government to intervene and connect affected institutions, a call supported by Turkana Senator James Lomenen.
Chenye tumeona siku ya leo ni maajabu sana. Kitu ya kwanza, hii area ya Nduh imesahaulika. Watu wa stima wamesahau, wale watu wa Kenya Power. Watu wa REREC pia wamewasahau. Watu wanakaa kwa giza. Hata maendeleo kama hata ya welding, shule siko kwa giza, shule mingi hakuna stima. Wana expect hiyo shule ifanye mzuri kama shule zingine za Nairobi aje na haina stima. Ile computers letu hapo zimewekwa tu kama mahindi, hata afadhali mahindi inakuliwa, imewekwa tu kwa store, hakuna kazi. Watu hapa wamekuwa denied justice sincerely.
Also, the Sabaot community in Trans Nzoia has declared its support for Governor George Natembeya's bid for a second term. Speaking during a Thanksgiving ceremony for the Governor, Public Service Recruitment Board member Luke Naibei and community representative Kipto Masai said the community has moved away from divisive politics and urged Natembeya to continue implementing his development agenda.
Nataka tu niombe jamii zote Trans Nzoia. This is the leadership that we want. Tunataka ile uongozi ya kuweka watu wetu pamoja, kuhakikisha jamii zetu zote na watoto wetu wote katika Trans Nzoia County tunawasaidia. Hii siasa mingi ya chuki na migawanyiko tuiwache. His Excellency anaamini kwamba kuna ability katika vijana na tunaweza sukuma hii gurudumu wote kama vijana. Jamii ya Sabaot tumesema 10 bila.
Natembeya meanwhile called on residents to reject propaganda and unite in promoting development across the county.
Tumeongea masuala ya jamii, siasa kidogo. Watu wanaleta propaganda mingi sana kusema kwamba gavana ni mkabila. Tumewapatia changamoto kwa wajiulize, waseme ni jambo gani ambalo gavana amefanyia jamii zingine akakosa kuwapatia hao. Licha hata kuwapatia mpaka gavana na mawaziri na machief officer na ofisa wengine katika serikali, vile tunafanyia jamii zingine zote. Mbona wanaweka hilo jambo sana? Trans Nzoia is a beautiful county because of this ethnic composition. So hatutaki watu walete hiyo fitina. Na pia watu kujaribu kwenda kutafuta kura kutoka kule Uganda. Wachagulie viongozi hapa. Yani you rather have a foreigner akuja apige kura hapa kuchagulia kiongozi kuliko wewe kukaa hapa chini na kukaa na ndugu zako hata kama ni jamii tofauti ukubaliane nani ataongoza upande wa governor, wa senator, women rep kama kaunti.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you, and coming into the third and actually the fourth hour of the Situation Room this morning. It's the 20th of August, and that means that tomorrow is the 21st. And you know what that means? It's that the English Premier League comes back into action, and the wait is over. The English Premier League kicks off on the 21st of August, and this season, you don't have to look anywhere else. The Standard Group has the exclusive rights to bring you the EPL. So catch all the action, all the drama, every match, every goal, and all the big moments across TV, radio, and digital. So whether you're a diehard fan or simply love the beautiful game, stay tuned. The EPL is here and the excitement starts now. You can catch all the action across TV, across radio, Birur FM and Radio Maisha. We'll be bringing you all the commentary on all the matches for every part of the season. It's one that you do not want to miss. From tomorrow, Donge. All right.
Toka kesho tuko ndani.
Okay. So we're getting into a conversation this hour, and we're going to be looking at the legal aspect of a number of these things. Now, since yesterday, it has also come up and brought to the attention of the nation that the ICC has been invited to look into some of the things that are happening in Kenya at the moment.
Yep.
No cause for alarm. just invited to say, come and have a look, because some of these things cannot continue.
Yep.
That and politically targeted attacks, where the law draws the line, is our Justice Thursday conversation this morning. And Advocate Peter Simba Wasaga is in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Wakili, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very, very fine. It's very cold here in Nairobi.
It is.
But we are managing.
We love that weather.
Yeah.
She loves it.
We means me.
Interesting.
But Karibu will probably warm things up a little bit, because by the time this conversation is over, we'll probably be talking about we would have talked about a number of things in terms of what we're going to be looking into. Before we get into that, let's warm you up a little bit. We are going to an island nation.
Yeah.
In your mind, not at you. We're getting to the plane. In your mind.
Yeah.
Dennis, tell you where that country is. We'd love to hear your interpretation of the proverb from this country.
So this country is Mauritius, a country of a population of around 1.3 million people. So there is a bird there called the dodo bird that got extinct in the 1600s. Based off information we gather, was highly poached, if that's a word, by the Europeans. The reason why it does not exist today. So you want anything about that bird, it's through the books or photos that do exist. But the proverb that we get this morning: when a hyena plans to eat its own children, it accuses them of smelling like a goat. How would you interpret it?
Interesting. You see, when one wants to commit any vice, when one wants to perhaps interfere with anyone, he must first seek a legal standing or a justification for doing that. So you have to get an accusation first before you can justify your action. So that is what an hyena does, so that he can easily stand and defend his action. These were not my children.
You know, a hyena understands the criminal justice system
It was smelling like a goat.
Yeah, it smelled like a goat. Exactly. Why not eat it? I was hungry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, because it might actually feed into some of the conversations that we have this morning. And when there's politically instigated violence, like what we saw over the weekend, and it's not just this weekend, interestingly enough, it just happens to be that in the period of time, this weekend was the worst that we've seen over the short period, not the worst ever seen in Kenya, but the worst seen over the short period of, in the last 6 months in this country. Homa Bay was not fun. It was not good. Now, coming into a couple of days after that, we are seeing and hearing some of the horrors that actually happened over those 2 days between Saturday nights into the end of Sunday. And it's not a good picture that's being painted. But for our Justice Thursday conversation, as we look into this at the moment, and we're saying that somebody must pay, and we're highly condemning this across board, everybody is highly condemning it, and they're saying that the perpetrators must be brought to book, but not just them, but the people who ordered these things to happen must be brought to book. How do you start to approach this huge elephant from legal points of view?
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting but very difficult balance.
Yeah.
One, there is this common saying that the law is very clear. But looking at the law, sometimes it's not very clear, because it's subject to interpretation, and it must meet the threshold of the Constitution. Mostly in the hierarchy of laws, the Constitution is actually the supreme law, and the statutes will follow thereafter, then the interpretation by the judiciary, which is best known as common law. And with regards to the statutes, of course, with regards to the Constitution, there is that freedom of expression that is guaranteed in the Constitution. Of course, the Constitution is the supreme law, and it binds every state organ, everyone, including the politicians, the president, the state organs, including those who demonstrate and those who do not demonstrate. They are all governed by the same Constitution. But then this Constitution goes to Article 33 and provides for the freedom of expression. Everyone expresses himself in a way that they know, but in every right except those which are under Article 25, there are those which are non-derogable under Article 25. But the one under Article 33 is a right with limitations. If you read that act very clearly, it limits the extent of your freedom of expression. One, you cannot use your freedom to propagate for war, or to give propaganda on war, or to incite to violence, or hate speech, or even advocacy for hatred. Of course, it's a very broad act. But then let's get back now to context.
Yeah.
The same constitution under Article 50 provides for rights of an accused person, by extension right of a suspect, because as we speak, those who have been mentioned are suspects. They have actually not even been accused. And this right is it stems from one of the very fundamental aspects of it is the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. Then we get back now to the Penal Code, Section 96. It also mirrors Article 33, and it speaks about political incitement and political violence. So therefore there is a criminal aspect of political violence, and this political violence, we get back again to the Evidence Act. So that's why it's not that as clear as many people think. In the Evidence Act, the onus is on the prosecution to prove beyond reasonable doubt that a criminal offense, actually a crime, was committed.
But okay, if you look at now the calls for international bodies to come in and prosecute the matter at home, paints a picture of perhaps individuals who do not believe and trust that the agencies that ought to be gathering this evidence to be investigating might not do a proper job. What does that say to Kenya's criminal justice system and the rule of law and justice being dispensed?
I was actually coming to that because the threshold that applies to criminal is actually universal. Because even if you invite the International Criminal Court to come here, it must start from the investigation stage. And the investigation means gathering that evidence. And how do you gather evidence? One, you look at the crime itself. Of course, there are elements of a crime. The act, the mental, the mens rea, the malice aforethought of committing that crime. So then we go back to what was actually said. Let's let the context Kaluma. There was political mobilization. There was a political mobilization on the Linda Mwananchi going to Homa Bay. Actually, I come from Homa Bay County, the dusty Homa Bay County. Specifically Yemen, Sindo, where we actually welcomed the Linda Mwananchi very well. And actually what followed subsequently is what actually really is the point of discussion here. So you have to look at what did Kaluma say? And who are the audience? What is the context of that speech? Then now if you take that, you can now proceed to prosecute Kaluma. So yes, there could be political bad manners, there could be political incitement, as actually what happens in Kenya. But now the threshold, for example, connecting the speech by Peter Kaluma on 15th of August and the actual destruction of tourist hotel in Homa Bay, the following day. What is the connection? So we would want to first to question, what did Kaluma say? And who are the audience? You see? And then, are this same audience the ones who actually destroyed tourist hotel and they killed people? How do you balance that? So that is a very technical part. That is why most of these political bad manners or political inciters, they go away with it.
Okay. So let me give you the example that we use, but maybe one that we don't use enough.
Yes.
And not to hash a bad state, because it was a terrible time, and the things that happened in that period, people are still living with it until today. And that was the genocide that happened in Rwanda. One of those instances, one of the individuals that was then indicted plus interdicted, all of these things happening, and then charged and sentenced by the ICC, was a radio journalist. He spoke, these are the airwaves. I can't control who is listening to me. I am going to say something, but, and I don't want to use the phrase because I think even in Rwanda today, the phrase is still banned. You can't use it in public. But what he said was akin to killing people. How, in that case, would because the legal matter for us to try and understand, how would you then be able to protect? Because how would you then link what he said on radio over those couple of days to what happened in the streets? Because the radio waves fall on all ears. How would you say that this person acted because of what they heard on radio?
Actually, that every case is interpreted differently.
Okay.
And of course, there is the action itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But the most difficult part is proving all the elements of a case. Yes, it's very clear that someone could come to a media station like SpiceFM that has an international viewership beyond the national viewership, and there are things that are pronounced and they are acted upon. Now that is where now we go back to the ingredients of this crime under Section 96 of the Penal Code. How then do you prove the onus between the words spoken and the actions?
Sorry, where does the delivery of common sense come in all of this legal thing? And I'm not being facetious. I'm actually asking that can't you see a clear connection between something someone said and then a requisite and not a requisite and an action? Wouldn't you then be able to say, okay, obviously that there's a line between this and this, the very words one is purported to have said and something that happened, nobody else said it that we can hear that's in the public arena?
So it will depend on the witnesses that will be called.
Okay.
And because you see, a case is also one, like I said, on evidence and the witnesses. If it can be proved that the persons who acted based on that incitement or communication, then it can be construed as an incitement to violence.
How would you prove that they didn't?
That is the difficult part about criminal law. That criminal law, the threshold of proving a criminal case is very much huge as compared to maybe other cases. But I believe there are so many other laws, and of course there is the integrity, the leadership and the integrity. The Constitution is very broad, and we are able to see how best. Of course, even the Integration Act, the NCIC, they are able to summon and be able to connect to give a connection between what you spoke and the action. But like I've stated, Kaluma himself came out. Like in this case, we are narrowing down to Peter Kaluma. He came out and stated that he was misquoted, that the context upon which he spoke was with regards to protecting his electorates from outsiders' interference. Of course, this is something that can be quantified. And we must also differentiate between political statements and political incitements. For example, if you say that, do not allow these people to get into our political territory, what is the meaning of do not allow these people to get into our political territory? And if they come to our political territory, kill them. So someone could interpret that. Of course, that is the legalese. The reality on the ground is that there is political bad manners, and they are getting away with this political bad manners because one of the hardship in collecting and collating this evidence to prosecute a case. Number two, it's because of political interference, because a crime is a crime based on what political divide you are in, because who are actually the actors? Who are actually the actors? You know, criminal offenses are against the state. Criminal offenses are unlike the civil cases where it's private, an individual versus an individual. But in criminal cases, it's a crime against the state. So it is a republic versus Peter Wasaga or Peter Kaluma in this context, and that is without prejudice. So what happens is that these politicians, and depending on their political divides, the state is represented by the ODPP. So if the ODPP is not independent, then you will understand the frustration the opposition have to an extent that they are now calling upon the ICC to come. Number two, before this case is taken to the ODPP to prosecute, you also need an investigator. So an investigator will be there to collect the evidence, and you call them IO, the investigating officer. And after collecting this evidence, for example, where is that audio, the unedited audio, the raw audio? The translation of that audio, you may not get it because which phone actually shared it. Will that person be ready and willing to come and testify, to hand his phone over for forensic analysis and to have it used as exhibit? They will be running away. So in that case, the IO has already compromised this case and has already failed.
Am I hearing you say that with this video that is circulating, where clearly we're seeing this is Opondo Kaluma giving these statements, that the state cannot pick that wherever it is based off logic that this is a statement that should not be there and prosecute the individual, because then when is common sense common?
It's not about logic, it's about the law, unfortunately. It's unfortunate because we want to know who took this video. And this is not to support whatever happens. I'm just telling you the hurdles that are there in prosecuting this. Who took this video? And who are the audience? And can you connect that this audience actually came from that rally or whatever that speech was made and destroyed or blocked the Linda Mwananchi from accessing?
The IOs that you talk about, then, these are the individuals that go about collecting this evidence.
Exactly.
And then they would be working perhaps then with, because when you talk about IOs, that would be the DCI, who would be working perhaps with the intelligence officers.
Exactly.
To know who was in this gathering, right? Who would then feed into testimonies that they would give.
Yes.
So what if these testimonies are given by the audience that was there and directly say that we acted after the statement that was given by person X, Y, Z? Would that then suffice to be enough evidence to charge an individual?
Exactly. That's what we are getting to.
Okay.
That will be enough evidence. So there is the audio. It can be extracted, the unedited, the raw audio. It can be analyzed. The audience who are there can actually be questioned. They accept to be witnesses, and they also, they also go and testify that actually from that gathering, so and so, I have a video. Given that speech or arising from that speech, they went and blocked the Linda Mwananchi brigade from accessing Homa Bay town and actually maimed, killed, and caused havoc in town. Or alternatively, and also on top, they went and destroyed Tourist Hotel and many other businesses. That is now cogent. That is now the law that can be used to prosecute. Otherwise, the social media prosecutions, they end at the social media. We may report it, we may repeat it, we may say it again and again, but without that goodwill, without the extensive investigation, and without extensive and unbiased prosecution, then most of these politicians will go scot-free. Take an example. And you see, one thing about politics, and I'm afraid to mention this, is that in Kenya and in by extent in Africa, publicity, good or bad, as a way, especially the bad, as a way of increasing a politician's bonga points, if I may say that. So that if you analyze even from long ago, there are politicians who actually were known because of the political incitements. It's in the public domain. Take, for example, there was a time that Moses Kuria was arrested. There was a time that Babu Owino was arrested. There was a time that Mudhama was arrested. And when these individuals are arrested, then it gets back to us. Politics about it's a bit fanatic, and that is why it's very difficult to use the law to address it completely.
So it sounds to me that, first of all, we are guided by the rule of law, supposedly.
Yes.
But then when it comes to making sure that everybody behaves, and that in a case whereby it would assume that somebody has contravened the law, and that you want to then be able to prosecute that, it seems as though the law is an impediment to justice.
the law protects the accused. They say in law, we say it's better to have a guilty person set free than an innocent person rot in jail. So that is why it's very the threshold on criminal cases is very high.
But what it does, you see, because you even have people who are lawyers, then are able to open their mouths and say certain things. And what it does is that because you understand that the ambiguous application of the law will protect you. So then what it allows you to do is splur anything and spew anything that you want, because you know that there's a place in this gray area that you can actually hide. Is that not what we're saying?
Yeah, that's why it's important always. Of course, that's on a light note. Most of these politicians, they have their legal, because of course, when such things happen, there is the aspect of the law and actually the action. So there is the case and there is the defense. But again, before I lost my, there's a flow of thoughts that I had. One, it's very clear that the Kenyans themselves have actually condoned this. They have actually embraced these political bad manners, because the same people who are in the public domain to incite, to cause havoc, are the same people who are seen as heroes back in their constituencies. And I'm telling you this, it may surprise you that Peter Kaluma may actually win the Homa Bay town election by a very big margin. It's like religion. Everyone sees that you are headed to a ditch, and the doctrine that is being fed on you is wrong. But you'd rather die with the man of God, because the man of God is the supreme law, is the constitution from your understanding. So as much as the incitement, there are people who justify it because of their political standing. They will not really see the bad in what actually happened in Homa Bay. And there are those who are actually in the opposition who are actually seeing it as very bad. So it depends on the denomination or the political divide that you are in. That makes it very difficult to prosecute. Take it for example. In 2013, we elected individuals who actually accused of crimes against humanity, and the cases were ongoing. But the same people who actually are now calling upon ICC to actually have the crimes in Kenya investigated are the same people who went across the world trying to bring those cases back to Kenya, although it failed. And of course, what happened after everything was said and done, there was a political greeting or a political handshake, and the case actually died. So most of these people who are very agitated with the political incitements and actually are calling on ICC, you will be surprised when they cross over maybe to the government tomorrow and they change tune. Let us also look at the context. And I wanted to look at it without really leaning towards the opposition or leaning towards the government. The Linda Mwananchi Brigade are in Sindo. The political rally is very successful. Then the Member of Parliament for Suba South, Karoli Omondi, he stands on the podium and says, we are going to Asego to deal with them. Meaning that they were also ready to deal with. So we have to speak things as they are. Then on the way, of course, the goons are coming. Two wrongs do not make a right. Babu Owino says they are 30, they are only 50. Let us pick stones. Let us beat them. It was live on TV. Let us pick stones. Let us go. So whatever is good for of course, that is not the correct political statement to make. But when we look at the law, we have to look at it not from our political divides. Peter Kaluma's statements, if looked at contextually and of course in the public domain, they were wrong. Babu Owino statements inciting his members, I don't know whether to call them members or political supporters, it is wrong. Karoli Omondi on his part, by actually telling them that we are going to Asego to deal with them, who are they dealing with? So it is a political bad manners that we should be able to point out and call it out regardless of your political stand.
From where you sit, Wakili, is there selective application of justice? Why do I say that? Because if you listen to what happened to Kagushia as well, he made a statement publicly. To date, what you're telling us, I mean, investigation and retraction of that video evidence in raw format is something we do not know whether it happened or not. One just sits and thinks
who found the tape, who
he was
found
just
the
picked
original?
because it's something that was seen on social media, and 80 police officers were sent to him. Let's look at what Opondo Kaluma said, right? And based off whether it's Opondo Kaluma, whether it's Babu Owino or Karoli Omondi, right? All these aspects of criminality that ought to be done, the investigations have not happened. So the crime is against the state. So is the state applying selective administration of justice depending on who is on the other side?
Of course, it's very obvious, and I think I have mentioned it more than once. But let me put it very clearly: that it's selective application of the law, given your political divide, and this applies across the opposition and the state. But let us look at the state because they have the responsibility of prosecuting criminals or persons accused of committing crimes. You cannot be the one who applies, I mean, your scales are uneven. In this case, Kagushia the uttered statements that were seen as incitement to violence.
Yes.
Right? Then the following day, he was arrested. I think he was arrested while he was just concluding an interview at Citizen. Then there was also Peter Kaluma. Peter Kaluma makes these statements. There is no iota of steps that has been made by the government even to investigate, even to arrest him. I think it would have been proper so that even as investigation, because I see mostly the IOs when they go to court, they ask for time to investigate. And what happens during that time? They can ask the court to have you in for maybe days as they do their investigations. But why is this not happening? It's because of their political alliances with the government. And that tells you that our independent bodies are not as independent as we perceive them or as the constitution dictates. That is the context of constitution without constitutionalism. We have so many laws. Our problem is just letting the law work. We always have a way of interpreting the law to suit our own interests. So that is why those who are in government, the action may not be as fast as those who are in the opposition. And one thing, you see, those who are in government today, they were in opposition yesterday. And there is a more likelihood that they may be in opposition tomorrow, or they may be those in opposition may be in government tomorrow. That is how government works. That is how politics works. So what we should guard with all our hearts as stakeholders, and yes, stakeholders, we have the lawyers, the public, the media, is to call it out the way as it is, so that even if they are not prosecuted, it is there in the public domain. But of course, this also must be done within context, because if you extend the boundaries, then you can also be held culpable for your actions. So yes, there is selective. There is selective application of the law, and this must stop. And that is not this is not only on the criminal aspect alone. It's also in government, the judiciary, the legislature and the executive. They are meant to have a separation of power. But if you see politicians come out and they tell you that we were bribed to do this, and these are the the same people we expect to make laws, and these laws, we expect them to be interpreted. No wonder there are so many laws that are being declared unconstitutional. So if independent bodies can be independent, if the DCI can be independent, if the ODP can be independent, so that regardless of your political stand and political persuasion, you are meant to face the law as it is. Why haven't they started investigating Gachagua, for example? They invited him over the remarks he had made some times back.
Yeah.
Why haven't they? Because there are people who are are seen to be untouchable, so that the small criminals are meant to pay and are meant to suffer, which actually is the law. But these big criminals have a way of circumventing the law. I think that is what we'll need to look at, the independence of the body. Even if you invite the ICC, you make so many laws without that goodwill. There is nowhere we are going to.
Okay, let's take a break now. We're talking about the legal aspect of all of this. And there have been issues around self-defense and maybe statements that came up as an answer to what may have been meted on one. Let's come back from the break and look at that and see what the law has to say about that. We'll continue this conversation. We'll come back from this break real quick, and it continues then.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, we're coming out of traffic hour, but there's still many spots within the city that have quite some traffic if we're going to stay in Nairobi this morning. And you'll then be able to know that the southern bypass doesn't look too bad, so you're going to be able to get through to the other side without having to pass through the CBD, where most of the action is happening this morning. It's looking much better coming off of the Thika Superhighway, and we don't see much then right around the Pangani underpass, but you will see some traffic getting off of James Gishuru through towards the Red Hill Link Road, and then getting onto Wayaki Way. Ring Road Westerns is also a beehive of activity still at this time. North Airport Road is looking much better now, but we have some outbound traffic on Mombasa Road. So that's all one to watch as we get out of traffic hour this morning. Let's keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. Mwezi huu wa Agosti, lipia subscription yako wape watoto holiday iliyojaa cartoons, adventure na raha tele. Tazama Magical First Discoveries kwenye Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi na Super Wings kwenye ST Kids. Cheki Fireman Sam na Thomas and Friends kwenye Jim Jam. Kisha upate action ya Avatar The Last Airbender kwenye ST Tunes. Nunua aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 kwenye maduka yetu nchi nzima. Piga *858# na urecharge subscription yako kuanzia shilingi 329 kwa nyota ama shilingi 549 kwa Nova Bouquet. StarTimes, furahia maisha kidijitali.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 16 minutes to 10 o'clock, and our conversation on this Justice Thursday continues with Wakili Peter Simba Wasaga. And before we went to the break, to ask a question, where does self-defense come in all of this politically instigated violence, whereby many could argue that what was being said in let's go and deal with them, or let's go, they can't overpower us, is as an answer to the violence that was meted on them, that we're going to go ahead with this rally, and that we've done and dusted with this place in terms of we've come and we've addressed the people, and that we are going on to the next place. Does that come into any kind of reality?
If we were to look at things in that context, then we will not have a country. It means that everyone will be having their own goons to protect or self-defend, in quotes. So that if the opposition feels the government does not support them and they are meeting, let's say in Bungoma, whichever place, then let us meet and self-defend. So what is self-defense? Self-defense is actually a defense in murder. That you actually acted in a particular way, of course, the force must also be questioned, the degree of your reaction to protect yourself. For example, robbers attack you, and then you use a gun to kill them, that robber. The context really matters. Politically, in the political context, this does not apply.
Okay.
Because we have the police. And it is something that, of course, it's expected that if you have a political rally, for instance, you are expected to inform the police so that you can be given security. So why is the security? This security is two-way. There are those who may not want to participate in your political assembly. So the police protects them from interference. Number two, the police also protects you as the picketers or protesters, so that you are able to show the police that this is what we are doing, this is what time it will take, and we expect you to go with us.
But do they though?
Yeah.
Do they though, Wakili? Because if we're going to go by things we heard and what we saw, Babu Owino, who is the Member of Parliament for Mbakasi East, very clearly we heard him pointing at a police officer and saying, hey, Bana, you're watching as we're being vermeered here, essentially, is what he said in that moment, where such a thing then became public. And he said, you have a duty of care here when this is happening. What did that mean? That the police officer and anybody else who was in that area could see what was going on, but they were just kind of like, riding along. How then do you justify that?
That's why it's important to be very objective on this discussion.
Exactly.
There's a very thin line. But the thin line is that the police have a mandate. They have a duty to maintain law and order. And if they fail to maintain law and order, then they have abdicated their duties and their roles. At no point does this duty or role shift to the public. It does not shift. The best they can do, which is actually provided for in the law, is to conduct arrest. So in this context, that's why I want to blame both sides. Those who uttered political incitements. But then these political incitements, if you look at it strictly in the law, then both parties are guilty. Because you cannot tell me that, like I mentioned, you cannot tell me that Babu Owino's people in their self-defense meeting those who had been mobilized, I don't know by whom, if they fight, then that means that he is protecting. The question is, who is he protecting? Then number two is now the time. And I think that is a political bad manners as well that we noted. Personally, as a legal counsel, when is a political rally supposed to be conducted? For example, taking a political rally at Homa Bay at around 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. in the evening is a recipe of chaos. Of course, the police are mandated to maintain law and order. But then the persons who organize such gatherings must also bear certain responsibilities to ensure that they cooperate with the police to ensure that the law is actually maintained. And they also ensure that they do it within the confines of the law. So yes, one, I want to tell the politicians that they should also bear a duty of care to their supporters, so that they do not they do not unnecessarily expose them to acts of goonism. That is only isolated to the evening. But during the day, those who blocked the roads, if they were not arrested, why are they not arrested?
And I think, Wakili, that is exactly where I wanted us to go. Because here then we are saying that we have left Sindo, we are going to Homa Bay town, right? The roads are blocked. Or rather, when you're heading there, the individuals who are charging towards you, no police in sight. At that particular point, what do you do? What was the Linda Mwananchi team supposed to do when you see individuals charging towards you and they're not coming with flowers to hug you?
According to the law, that's clear as mud. What do you do?
At that point, when they're charging towards you with weapons, they are armed, and you are in your vehicles going towards your political rally, what do you do at that point in time? Do you just say
the law is clear?
The law is clear.
We just don't say anything.
What does one do at that particular point? Because there is, what do we say, logic, common sense, and there is equally adrenaline that kicks in because you let them get to you.
Fight or flight, man.
You go. So in legalese language, then, even in laws of natural justice, right? Let's apply that if that applies here. What do you do in such an instant?
It's a tough
I think
balance.
it's a good question. You know why? Because we're getting to a season where, unfortunately, we find another situation like this will play out.
It's a tough balance, I tell you. That is why the police are expected. Because, you know, if you were to defend yourself, then we will not have a country. We will not have a country. For example, if we are to let that the police officers are not there, Babu's goons, not goons, supporters. Sorry for that. Babu's supporters are from Sindo. Then Peter Wasaga's supporters are from Homa Bay, right? And they meet somewhere and they start a fight. You cannot claim that you are defending yourself, because what it actually will give rise to anarchy, and the losses that will be occasioned from that particular act will be irreparable. So that's why I take it back to the police and to strictly follow the law with regards to peaceful picketing, that's number one, or having a political rally. So the police failed. And then it means that we should pursue.
Okay, let's be real now, Wakili. There's the law, there are those things that you're saying. Now, let's come down to earth, okay? In that situation, where now today we are looking at the aftermath of the horrific violence that took place, in that moment when you are seeing danger, it's not here in the studio, the thing in front of you is a microphone. In that situation where there is danger, there's somebody with death in front of you, are you supposed to be thinking, in this instant, I shouldn't react this way because, later they'll ask me if I went alongside the threshold and menene of the law and whether it was clear and constitutionalism. Brother, they're about to die.
The police
and that's what I'm asking. In that moment, you're saying, you know what? I shouldn't react because the police are supposed to protect me. So I should be protected by the police. It didn't happen. So what are you supposed to do? And I'm asking this question. I'm not even just focusing on Homa Bay over the weekend. We're looking into the future. Things that, but unfortunately, we are facing a direct possibility of them happening again. Tell me, in that position where people are faced with danger, in that moment, there are police around, there are goons everywhere, the cover of darkness is coming. Am I thinking, these cops are supposed to protect me, so let me sit here and wait death because the cops will protect me?
You simply avoid situations like that. And of course, that's why I said the timing, the 7 p.m, and of course, the dark itself was already a danger. But then, if
the violence had started even during the day.
That's what I say. If we are to look at it from a point of let us meet in Luya, they say mundu kumundu. Then we will not have a country. That is what we are trying to avoid. We will not be having a country here. So it means that we will be mobilizing our supporters. We will be mobilizing our supporters in readiness of any political provocation. So it means, and that will give rise to goons. As Wasaga, when I'm going for a political rally, I will ensure that I have my people, so that if you attack me, and I'll be able to meet you, how many people will die?
Wakili.
So what needs to be done? And that is something that I believe there is intelligence.
Yes.
I believe the security apparatus already had seen how volatile Homa Bay would be. And I believe the organizers of the Linda Mwananchi, and this is not to blame them because they are exercising their democratic rights, they already knew how volatile that situation would be. The first thing is to write to the security apparatus to provide them with the security, which failed.
The very same one that you just told us a few minutes ago is compromised because of a political side.
You see, the compromise does not mean that the responsibility has been lifted off them. They still bear the responsibility. The only problem that we have is that it is they allow political interference, because look at how swift the Azimio mandamanos were dealt with. The police were there with all those, how do you call it, the cannons and everything. Yes, they were all there. But in this case, they failed. There was already drums of war. They would have really actually been there. So I know what you are pushing me to say, but I will not say it because the responsibility squarely lies with the police, and if they failed, there are channels upon which they can be pursued.
Because Wakili, what we're looking at is freedom of democracy, freedom of movement, freedom to assemble, which are protected in the Constitution, right?
Yes.
Now, intelligence knew that Linda Wananchi were coming. Police knew. You get. But the police were supposed to ensure, because even in these political rallies, two opposing sides are not to be in the same vicinity, are not supposed to be in the same vicinity.
They are goons. These are goons.
The police ought to have been there to stop that from happening.
Yes.
But even when this rally was going to Homa Bay town at night, remember, the route that they were following that would have enabled them finish this early was blocked. They had to use the Afghanistan route that took them longer. The Yemen route that took them longer to finish their process. So when you look at whatever it is was happening, you look at it wholesomely. But that notwithstanding, the police failed to perform their mandate. At this particular point, command responsibility, someone must be responsible, must be held culpable for failing Kenyans. Why are we not seeing even the IG speaking in terms of the regional commander, the county commissioner, the OCS, OCPD of this jurisdiction failed Kenyans in providing security? That has remained being harsh. Is the police being allowed to walk free when they do not do their job?
Thank you. I think one thing, and just to put this to rest, two wrongs do not make a right. And there is the police, it's true they slept on their job, but the politicians also must bear a duty of care to ensure that their supporters are protected. So other than the political wave, they should also be very sensitive that they're dealing with human beings, because out of that fracas, very many people, very many vehicles were vandalized, very many people were really injured, and it really just even exacerbated the situation. It made it worse. But let's come back. You saw during the post-election violence and everything, there are so many people who are injured. But then these people went to court, and there was a declaration that their rights were violated, and it was held that they be compensated. Now, let me tell you something. The criminal justice...
Were they?
The compensation is ongoing. Of course,
when was the post-election violence?
The court gave the recent one, leave alone the post-election violence. There was a recent, I think after 2017 election, there was a case that was actually filed in Kisumu, and the court made a decision with regards to the human rights violation during those demonstrations, and they were compensated. We can as well bring petitions against the individual police officers. That is something that we have been given by our constitution. And one thing also again about the criminal liability, it does not expire. So that your crimes today may haunt you tomorrow. So we as the citizens, we also have a responsibility. The first responsibility, of course, we have NGOs, we have human rights activists and everything. We can sue the persons who the responsibility lies on and sue them for abdicating their duties.
Okay, yes. It's a good place to end, absolutely. And one could actually start to operate in a place of wish where you say that where violence is instant, then justice should not be delayed.
Yes, exactly.
It's 10 o'clock, and we want to thank you very much, Wakili, for joining us this morning in this conversation. Obviously, it's not one that's going to die, and I think we should keep talking about it until you have the proper way through. Our Justice Thursday conversation has been with Wakili Peter Simba Wasaga as we talked about this, and we'll continue. Thank you very much. Folks, thank you for keeping it here in the Situation Room this Thursday. Still a lot to talk about, and we'll keep talking about it. Thank you for being here, for engaging, for being part of the discourse that must take us to a better place for the people for tomorrow. Asante Sana, and very good morning to everybody. Enjoy the rest of your listening. It's 10 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Timbor. Linda Mwananchi spokesperson Karoli Omondi has denied claims that the movement transports supporters to its rallies, saying its growing grassroots support is genuine. In an interview at a local TV station, Omondi says the movement has faced disruptions mainly in areas considered ODM strongholds where it has held recent rallies.
We don't ferry anybody to our rallies. We don't brand anybody in our rallies. Our rallies are the most organic in the country. Unfortunately, we only get attacked where ODM is present. Those are the places we get attacked whenever we go to have our rally. So ODM should answer, and they invoke the ODM party name and the name of President Ruto. They should tell us where they attack us.
The movement led by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna is expanding its grassroots mobilization across the country. It plans to reach more constituencies ahead of the 2027 general elections. Its leaders say they intend to build on the momentum from recent rallies and establish a wider national support base. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku has dismissed Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro's decision to leave UDA and form the People's Party of Kenya. Ruku says the formation of new political parties is not a concern for the government, noting that the Mount Kenya region already has numerous political parties. He has also reaffirmed his support for President William Ruto's bid for a second term in the 2027 polls.
Uwe nani ama nani, utengeneze chama inaitwa nini ama nini. Vyama vya kisiasa katika taifa letu la Kenya ni mingi. Ndindi Nyoro hata kitengeneza chama leo, afuje atengeneze ingine kesho, ingie kwa upinzani, haituhusu chochote. Kwa hiyo mlima kuna vyama mingi zaidi ya 20. Hata hiyo wakati ya 2022 kulikuwa na vyama mingi. Kwa hivyo tunajua utengeneze chama, uite vile utaita, haituhusu chochote. Sisi tunashikilia Mheshimiwa William Ruto na serikali yake kuanzia sasa mpaka 2032.
Shanzaya Senator Alan Chisang is calling on the Ministry of Agriculture to privatize new KCC similar to the transformation of the Kenya Tea Development Authority. Chisang says the move will address challenges facing dairy farmers